Jamaica.
Come run on a ribbon of white sand.
What's old is what's new.
Come ride our gentle trade winds.
We want you to join us.
Come daydream in a private cove.
We made it for you.
Come share the...
Of rain and threatening forecast, this Super Bowl Sunday is football perfect. The scene for Super Bowl 17, the Rose Bowl, Pasadena. Hosting this game for the third time. In the other two, the AFC champions prevailed today before a crowd expected at 104,000 fans. The AFC, represented by the Miami Dolphins, meets the NFC champions, the Washington Redskins. Hello, everyone. I'm Dick Enberg. Welcome to Super Bowl 17. Well, the Super Bowl pregame analysis, thank goodness, is finally over. From the verbosity of Joe Theismann to the hermit-like nature of David Woodley to the individuality of John Riggins to the Smurfs and the Bees and the Hogs, and whether or not with that 8-week layoff with a football player strike, there is really credibility to this Super Bowl 17. One thing is for certain, the coaches and the players who have earned their way here find it a most meaningful experience. And with that feeling, I'd like to introduce my partner, Merlin Olsen. It means a lot to them.
It really does, Dick. I started each one of my 15 NFL seasons with a single dream: to end the season in a game like this, with a chance at a Super Bowl ring. Unfortunately, I never got there. But these players did. And of the 28 teams in the league, they all started with that dream this year. The Washington Redskins, the Miami Dolphins are here. One of them will carry away the championship of Super Bowl 17.
Well, the critics say that maybe the best teams are at home.
Well, I've got a few words for the critics. No two teams have ever played a tougher playoff schedule to get into a Super Bowl. The other thing that bothers me about the critics when they start bad-mouthing these football teams and talking about talent is that if you give me a choice of talent or performance, I'll take performance every time. And when you talk about performance in this past season, you must talk about Washington and Miami.
And the performers today in Super Bowl 17 will be working on a perfect stage. The weather conditions are ideal, the field itself in magnificent condition. We'll return to the Rose Bowl in a moment.
You're looking at the two best reasons I take good care of my brakes. They're why I go to Midas on a regular basis. Midas inspects brakes the right way. They pull the wheel. If anything needs doing, I know it gets done right. Some people say I'm overly cautious, but I don't think so. I just feel better going to Midas.
Nothing but the best is ever gonna do. Trust the Midas touch.
Even small towns have big emergencies where quick diagnosis is crucial. But most small-town hospitals can't afford big city laboratories. So DuPont invented the Clinical Analyzer, an automated blood lab which can tell doctors what they need to know now, when they can do something about it.
Sounds fine.
The Clinical Analyzer is one small part of DuPont's health science efforts. But as Anderson County, Texas can tell you, it's no small thing. DuPont, makers of better things for better living.
Now from Radio Shack, the computer experts, the new 80K TRS-80 Model 12. Notice the easy-to-read green screen.
It'll do our accounting.
Our disk stores over 1 million characters, about 4 times more than others, and it has incredible expandability. It'll do our word processing.
And filing.
even planning and projections.
That's all it costs?
We call it getting the most for your money. The TRS-80 Model 12 from $31.99. Only at Radio Shack and Radio Shack Computer Centers.
You don't have to put up with hotel excuses like the maid, the TV man, or the plumber is gone for the day. Because Holiday Inn gives you this no excuses guarantee. Everything in your room will be right, or we'll make it right. No excuses. Or that night, you stay free. You don't get this guarantee from any other hotel chain. Not one. So, let us take care of you. Holiday Inn gives you a guarantee, not excuses.
Under ideal conditions, these are the facts. Miami Dolphins are a 3-point favorite over the Washington Redskins. They're similar teams. They both like to stay on the ground first, then go to the pass. They both love their defense. The winners today will go home with $36,000 per man. The losers earn $18,000. Those are the facts. Merlin Olsen, the feelings.
Feelings are that the waiting is almost over. Washington has waited 10 years to get here, and of course, the Miami Dolphins have waited 9 years to get back to here. And in all of the pain and all the preparation this week, it's a matter of getting out on the field and kicking it off. It's time to go to work.
It's a spectacular introduction of the flags of the NFL, the NFC, the AFC, and here they are now, presented by the Golden Knights World Championship U.S. Army team. The first has landed. Based in Fort Bragg, North Carolina, presenting the colors of the NFC, the AFC, the NFL, plus Washington, Miami, the Super Bowl itself. Here comes the Redskins. Gonfalon. These men and women have won 41 national titles, 8 world championships. They're the Army's counterpart to the Navy's Blue Angels and the Air Force's Thunderbirds. And judging by the crowd reaction, it's going to be a Washington Redskin crowd. There appear to be much more vocal support for the Redskins and anything that represents the Washington NFC team over the Miami club. So we're now just moments away from the kickoff, Super Bowl 17 from the Rose Bowl.
How can a guy 5'9" have an unfair advantage over these guys? I use the Gillette Atra razor. They don't. It's got the advantage of a pivoting head. Atra is better than twin blade razors that don't pivot. See? They don't always stay in my beard, but my Atra pivots to keep both blades on my beard longer. So I get a better shave. Close. Comfortable.
Get the Gillette Atra and get the Atra advantage.
Sometimes a little advantage goes a long way.
From 7 watts to 100 million watts. From 12 horsepower to 180,000 pounds of thrust. Ideas that made America grow and made millionaires out of many who risked investing in them. At First Jersey Securities, we believe such investment opportunities still exist, if you know where to look for them. We do. We specialize in discovering America's emerging growth companies for today's investors with vision. First Jersey Securities. Come grow with us.
With the conclusion of our pregame show, featuring the Los Angeles Unified Schools All-District Band, the Miami Dolphins cheerleaders, the Washington Redskins, and the Golden Knights, we now direct your attention to the north end of the bowl for the player introductions. Here is Dick Enberg of NBC Sports.
Introducing the Miami defensive starting lineup, the AFC champion Dolphins. At left end, from Nevada, Reno, number 75, Doug Betters. The nose tackle from Alabama, number 73, Bob Baumhauer. At right end from San Jose State, number 58, Kim Bokamper. The linebackers for Miami from Ohio State, number 59, Bob Brudzinski. Inside linebacker from LSU, number 77, A.J. Dewey. Also inside linebacker, Henderson State of Arkansas, number 55, Ernest Roan. Right linebacker from Arizona State, number 50, Larry Gordon. The cornerbacks for Miami at left cornerback, number 48 from San Jose State, Gerald Small. And at right cornerback from Alabama, number 28, Don McNeil. Strong safety for Miami from the University of Texas, number 47, Glenn Blackwood. And at free safety from TCU, number 42, Lyle Blackwood. Presenting head coach Don Shula and the remainder of the AFC champions, the Miami Dolphins. Introducing the starting defensive unit for the NFC champion Washington Redskins. At left end from Brigham Young University, number 76, Matt Mendenhall. At left tackle from Purdue, number 65, Dave Butts. The right tackle from Rice, number 77, Darrell Grant. At right end, from Oklahoma State, number 72, Dexter Manley. The Redskin linebackers on the left side, from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, number 55, Mel Kaufman. The middle linebacker from Maryland, number 52, Neil Olkowitz. Right linebacker from Penn State, number 57, Rich Malott. The cornerbacks for Washington on the left side, from the University of Hawaii, number 45, Jarris White. Right cornerback from San Diego State, number 32, Vernon Dean. The safety, strong safety from Oklahoma, number 23, Tony Peters. And the free safety from Colgate, number 29, Mark Murphy. Head coach and coach of the year in the NFL, Joe Gibbs, and the rest of the NFC champion, Washington Redskins. The starting lineups, Washington and Miami, and now it's an honor today to be named by the National Football League to officiate in this game. And here are those introductions.
Air Force Presidential Drill Team and Honor Guard from Washington, D.C.
My name is Jerry Mark Bright, referee.
Art Demas, umpire.
Dale Hamer, head linesman. Bill Reynolds, line judge.
Dick Hantak, back judge.
What do you want to do coming out of here?
David Perry, side judge.
Don Orr, field judge. Bob McElwee, alternate.
Earl Toller, alternate.
Congratulations, gentlemen. Those are the game officials for Super Bowl 17. And now down to the field, we're going to have the presentation of our national anthem.
Would you please rise for a moment of silence in memory of Paul Bear Bryant. Thank you. Thank you. And now, to honor America, please join Miss Leslie Easterbrook in the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streamed. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the
Miss Leslie Easterbrook, star on Laverne and Shirley, plays the role of Rhonda Lee. The AFC, since the merger, has won 9 times, the NFC 3, and they're set now in the Rose Bowl. We'll be back after these messages from your local stations.
Listen up. The A team is looking for a few bad men. If you think you're tough enough, see us around the Super Bowl.
The A team tonight.
They buy the home computer from Texas Instruments and get a $100 rebate. That's a powerful computer. The one with all the memory, right? And the tons of software. $100 rebate? Right. Details at the store and get $100, right? Okay, I'll tell them. $100.
Get a $100 rebate on the home computer from Texas Instruments.
This is $100 for the people, right? Now, you're not fooling.
January 30th, 1983, Super Bowl Sunday, and last year's teams are at home. Because in football, you have to earn the right to get this far with desire, determination, and teamwork. At Channel 3, we think it's the same in television news. In fact, we don't think there's any other way. For us, desire, determination, and teamwork are the keys to everything we do, and the reason we're still building our reputation, one story at a time.
Liquor license cover-up, Monday at 11.
Super Bowl 17 is being brought to you by Chrysler Corporation, where low financing and long protection help make car buying easier. By Budweiser Light, with a clean, distinctive taste worthy of the king of beers. And by Digital Equipment Corporation, computers for professionals from professionals. From the Rose Bowl, the honor of tossing the coin for selection of kickoff or return, Elroy Crazy Legs Hirsch. Former Los Angeles Rams star, a Hall of Famer, University of Wisconsin athletic director. He was an All-American there. Here he catches a pass from Bob Waterfield in 1951, number 40. Hirsch, with that crazy leg style, caught 17 touchdown passes. That tied Don Hutson's NFL record, and he did it in a 12-game season. Welcome back to Los Angeles, Elroy Crazy Legs Hirsch.
Bring your attention to the center of the field for the toss of the coin. Entering from the Dolphins bench area, referee Jerry Markbright, and entering from the Redskins sideline, let's have a Super Bowl welcome for former Rams great, Hall of Famer, Elroy Crazy Legs Hirsch. Let's listen to referee Jerry Markbright as he talks to the Dolphin and Redskin captains.
First. Captains, introduce yourselves, please. Let me show them. Good to see you, Jerry. It's good to see you, man. All right, you too. I'll go ahead. Gentlemen, Elroy Hirsch is going to toss the coin.
The side with the two helmets is the heads. Who's going to call the toss? Number 67 calls the toss. Go ahead.
Tails.
Tails is the call. Heads. Washington wins the toss.
Tails. Nope. That's tails. You said the other side. No, you said the other side.
Tails.
We'll kick the ball. We'll take the ball.
So some confusion as to what is heads and what is tails. Of course, they're not using a conventional coin, but a Super Bowl commemorative coin, and it's not quite as clearly indicated which is heads or which is tails. Washington Redskins then have won the toss. And the biggest name, as they'll get the ball first, number 44, John Riggins. They've been talking about him all week long, Merlin.
Dick, we've talked all week about the importance of Riggins to this offense. And certainly, the question will be answered early. Can Miami's killer bees stop John Riggins?
All right, Bill Arnsparger, the defensive coordinator. They call him the genius behind that Miami defensive plan that led the NFL during the course of the year. How will they try to stop Riggins?
Well, they'll try and do it with their regular defensive scheme. Certainly, that's not going to be easy. Riggins has not been stopped in any of the 3 playoff games to date. But if they can't stop him with their regular line up front and the help of their linebackers, they'll have to utilize their safeties, Dick.
So if they fail, we'll see more of the Blackwoods involved in the defensive scheme. All right, if they're successful, what will Joe Gibbs do?
Well, if they can stop Riggins, they have forced Gibbs to make adjustments in his offense. I would expect to see Joe Washington, and certainly would expect to see the ball in the air from Theismann more.
So in a beautiful setting on this late January day, late afternoon in Southern California, it is the Redskins apparently who will kick off first. So that information was as confusing as the toss of the coin.
Eddie Hill, number 31, Fulton Walker.
Fulton Walker, number 41 deep. Jeff Hayes to kick it off for Washington. And Super Bowl 17 underway. It comes down short. And stopped at the 25-yard line. The Miami Dolphins offense as Clarence Harmon makes the tackle. David Woodley is the quarterback. And with him, Tony Nathan, an excellent pass receiver. Andre Franklin, 3rd in the National Football League and rushing the football. The wide receivers are Duriel Harris, Jimmy Cephalo, the tight end Bruce Hardy, one of 3 tight ends that will be used by Miami during the course of the day. Dwight Stevenson has had a brilliant play off the center. Giesler and Loxor are the tackles. Kuchenberg and Taves the guards. First down Miami at the 25-yard line. That's Rose in motion, so he starts at tight end. Woodley almost intercepted by the Redskins. Mark Murphy was the last man who had his hands on it. It was intended for Tony Nathan.
Number 29, Mark Murphy, the man who calls the defenses. He's the general on that side. But the pass was batted by Rich Malott, number 57. You see him there on Tony Nathan. Now watch him go up into the air. Actually, Nathan's the man that skipped the ball off. Could not hang on to the football. Okowicz dropping back from his middle linebacking position. Also part of it, tapped it there. But it was Murphy that almost came up with the interception, Dick.
Second down, 10, 25-yard line. We're using 2 tight ends. Hardy left, Rose right. The big fullback, Franklin, short yardage, ran right into 295-pound Dave Butts and the middle linebacker, Neil Okowicz. The defensive alignment for the Washington Redskins. They allowed less points than anyone in the NFL. Mendenhall and Manley are on the ends. Butts and Grant are the tackles. 4-3 set. The linebackers, Olkowitz, the middle backer, with Kaufman and Malott on the outside. Cornerbacks, Juris White, former Dolphin. Rookie Vernon Dean at the corners. Peters on his way to the Pro Bowl, and Murphy, the captain, are at safety. Out of the shotgun. 3rd and 9 from the 26. Woodley hit from behind, scampers, and slides to the 33, short of the first down. Monty Coleman, number 51, linebacker, comes in pass situations. Woodley appeared to have misjudged where that first down marker was.
Actually, Dick, what happened to Woodley was he lost his feet driving for the first down. You'll have a chance to see it. One of the things that makes Dave Woodley such a valuable quarterback is his running ability. Gets Manley over the top there, but gets away. Now watch him. He'll try to cut here and just loses his feet on the inside. Turf a little bit loose at that point on the field, Dick.
Tom Oros, who did not have a good day last week against the Jets, to kick. Mike Nelms, a Pro Bowler. They regard him as the best kick return man in the NFL, his peers. Oros gets away a good kick. Nelms at the 24. And finally dragged down about the 28-yard line. A good coverage by the Dolphins. 44-yard kick, about a 5-yard return. And Washington has the ball for the first time, and Joe Theismann, the quarterback. Theismann has with him John Riggins. Sometimes we'll see Joe Washington pass situations. The receivers, Garrett, only one catch during the year, and brilliant in the playoffs. Brown, a Pro Bowler. The tight end is Warren. We'll see Rick Walker as well, a tight end. Those are the Hogs, the big offensive linemen. Jacoby and Sark at tackle. The guards are Grimm and May, and Bostic the center. First down from the 28. Walker with a tight end motion, and Riggins right up the middle. Powers for 5. Now that was no surprise. They gave it to Riggins, and he had a good gain on first down before Dewey could make the tackle. The Killer Bees, they call themselves because of all the names that start with B, and there are 3 of them. Baumhauer, the nose tackle, a Pro Bowler. Doug Betters and Kim Camper are the ends. Brudzinski and Gordon on the outside. Dewey and Roan, the leading tackler, on the inside. Small in midfield, the cornerbacks, and the Blackwoods are at safety. Second and 5. Riggins close to a first down as he slams to the 38. It'll be 3rd and 1.
Up in the middle of the line for the Hogs, number 53, Jeff Bostic, working on 73, Bob Baumhauer. Bostic is a position blocker. Look at him go for the inside position. He's got Baumhauer off the line, just locks him up there, and all Riggins needs is a little crack. 3rd and just a fraction. Let's see what they do in short yardage.
Otis Wansley, 39, comes in as a blocking back for Riggins in this situation. And Riggins follows Wansley across the 40 for a first down. It's a Redskin crowd. First down at the 41-yard line. Baumhauer made the tackle.
We've talked about the physical nature of the Blackwood brothers, Dick. Number 42, Lyle Blackwood, coming up aggressively to dump one of the Redskins on his back. But I'm afraid it's the Redskins who win the war on that battle as they pick up the first down.
First down at the 41. Washington taking the ball for the first time after Miami received the kickoff. The flanker screen to Charlie Brown. Gets a block. He's to the 50. He's to the Miami 48. First down. 12 yards before Ernest Roan could chase him down.
Chance to be part of the action. Those of you at home or watching elsewhere, Charlie Brown comes across in motion. They're trying to create some confusion so they can take advantage of it with a quick screen here. Fully half of the passes for Washington on first down are of the screen variety, but watch the quickness of Brown here as he eludes the defenders and uses his running ability to get extra yardage before Ernest Roan, number 55, finally drags him down.
Crowd in motion. First down at the Miami 48. Riggins tripped up. A good knifing defensive play by 59, Bob Brudzinski. Ohio State All-American, a #1 draft pick of the Rams in 1977, and traded as an unhappy Ram to Miami, where he said he is more than pleased.
Dick, you asked me how they were going to stop Riggins. One of the ways they will try and do that is by using stunts and games up front with the linebackers and the linemen. You saw Brudzinski rushing in on that play. He was able to get back and take Riggins' legs out from underneath him. Passing set in the game now. Riggins has come to the sideline.
So the 2nd and 9 brings Joe Washington and Harmon into the game. And Theismann dropping. Deep down the middle. incomplete for Alvin Garrett, and broken up by Glenn Blackwood. Number 47, he's the younger of the two Blackwoods, University of Texas.
Alvin Garrett, number 47, one of the Smurfs, and he's quickly downfield. Theismann has time to throw the football, looks first to his left and then rifles it downfield. Watch number 47 right there. Comes across, gets a piece of the football and a bigger piece of Alvin Garrett.
And it appeared that Garrett had beaten his man Small, but Blackwood came over to save it for Miami. It's 3rd and 9. Theismann. He is sacked at the 46 of Washington. Ernest Roan, 55. Leading tackler for the Dolphins last year and again this season.
Number 55, Ernest Roan, coming from his inside linebacking position, looping around number 73, Bob Baumhauer. Take it down at the line of scrimmage. Now watch Theismann. The pressure will come from slightly from his left. Getting pressure on the outside here from Bo Camper, who's driven by. That's Dewey coming. Now that's Betters from the other side, but it's Ernest Roan right up the middle. Lands on top of the quarterback. They'll have to kick it away.
Jeff Hayes, last in the NFC with a 38-yard average this year. Free agent rookie from North Carolina. And he hammers a beauty into the end zone. And Miami on the touchback will take it at the 20-yard line. A 54-yard punt by Hayes. That's his longest of the playoffs and only 4 shy of his longest of the year. It's Miami's ball.
If you compare all the new cars for low financing and $550 protection, you'll find Ford doesn't give you both. GM doesn't. Toyota, Datsun, and Honda don't. Only Chrysler Corporation gives you both. 11.9 financing on every new 82 and 83 car, Dodge truck, every import. And 5-year, 50,000-mile protection on every new American-built car. Compare. For low financing and long $550 protection for your investment, you'll come to your Dodge or Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
Bring out your past.
I wasn't drafted till the 7th round. They don't even know my name.
The best never comes easy.
Schroeder, huh?
That's why there's nothing else like it.
Their passion, the price. A new presentation of the Emmy-winning saga begins Monday.
The Dolphins have protected Woodley well, and of course he's also an outstanding scrambler. Theismann himself a good runner, but sacked 30 times during the course of the year. So Miami has the ball. Defensive coordinator Richie Pettibone of the Redskins. He likes that big play defensive look, and he'll gamble.
He certainly will. He's always played that way, and he's got this Redskin defense playing that way, Dick.
From the 20, no score, first quarter. Tony Nathan trying to get to the 25-yard line. Mendenhall, Olkowitz, and plenty of white jerseys to help out.
Dick, one of the things that the Redskins players talked about is that they would much rather see the ball in the hands of Tony Nathan than Andre Franklin. And their reasoning is that Nathan has had a tendency to be a little careless with the football. They feel if he carries it quite often, they'll be able to knock it loose and perhaps pick up a fumble.
Nathan, who had an injury-plagued year, was not up to the character of his past seasons, but has had a good playoff. 2nd down and 6 at the 24. 8:28 left, first quarter. That's Hardy in motion. And wide open is Cephalo at the 50. Could go all the way. 40, 25, 15, and Miami has a touchdown. It appeared that Woodley was going to throw a short screen to the tight end. And then either he changed his mind or by design found Cephalo all alone on the sidelines. A A 76-yard touchdown.
Dick, I think he has the option on that. He chose to fake the screen right there and then go deep to Cepolo. Cepolo one-on-one coverage from Peters, and Peters simply cannot catch up. Number 23, the man behind him. Cepolo uses his speed to get him into the end zone, and the one thing Washington wanted to see happens. They get burned with a long pass.
Ron Schaman, who has been bothered by a painful back injury, picks it through, and Miami has a 7-point lead.
We talked about the fact that the Redskins wanted to make Woodley throw the ball deep. They wanted to force him to throw deep. And here he is, responding very successfully to Jimmy Cepolo on downfield for the touchdown.
8 minutes, 11 seconds into the first quarter. Miami 7, Washington nothing.
Winning is seldom without effort. Beyond all, it demands calculation and strategy. At Merrill Lynch, before a move is taken on your behalf, your account executive analyzes your financial situation, then calls upon the country's most awarded research team in helping you select precisely the right investments to advance you to your financial goal. Talk to a Merrill Lynch account executive and understand why we are Merrill Lynch, a breed apart.
When we blasted a hole through this master lock on TV, we became the target for a lot of doubters. Since then, newspaper reporters, police departments, even a famous consumer advocate have all given it their best shot. Often more than one. And in dozens of cases, all documented, the master lock held tight. Bulletproof that master locks are tough under fire. NBC proudly presents Steve Martin's The Winds of Whoopi, his maddest moments, plus new routines. See it all in 1 hour on February 6th.
During the course of this week, they kidded Jimmy Cepolo that he didn't have major league speed. He said, hey, I ran a 9.8 in high school, and he certainly ran away from the Redskins.
Well, he's one of those people we talk about where we'll take performance over potential or over talent. He sure gave you performance on that play.
And was 4 yards shy of the Super Bowl record. Plunkett to King, 80 yards, you saw earlier in the day on NFL 82. Short kick, Nelms at the 11, 20, 30. Look at him go! 40 and all the way to midfield. Mike Nelms.
There's a penalty flag on the field, Dick. But what a great return by Mike Nelms. Tackled by William Judson, number 49. And Nelms has to be one of the most important offensive weapons on the field. 76 yards last week on a kickoff return. A great return here. They're going to march it back, unfortunately, as the Miami Dolphin defense gets a break that would have put Washington in great field position to start this drive.
Jerry Markbright, his first Super Bowl.
Illegal block, number 56 on the run back. First down.
So 56, Quentin Lowry, guilty of the foul.
Perhaps we'll be able to see it. There it is right there. The shot on the back. Now, not allowed to take the man on the backside, and Lowry ticketed with the foul, puts the ball back on the 25.
Instead of near midfield. Riggins had a little room to the outside, tried to come back inside, and there a sea of aquamarine blue.
Larry Gordon makes the stop.
We asked the question earlier, would Miami's defense be able to stop John Riggins? The early answer, yes, they will. There's Bob Baumhauer doing a good job of shutting it off over the middle. The second play, these plays from earlier action now. Right there, that was the tackle from the outside by Brzezinski, number 59. Riggins has got to get himself moving. He got 5 yards on that play. That's the kind of running that got Washington into this game, Dick.
Theismann, second down, 6. Riggins. The big back from Kansas is to the 34-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and 1. Number 40, Mike Kozlowski. He's the 5th defensive back, made the tackle.
Gain of 5 yards.
One of the important members of that Miami defense, number 77, A.J. Dewey. What a great week last week. Watch him in pursuit here. Reads the play to the outside. Knows that Riggins must be stopped out there. Look at him fighting his way through, throwing his body into the stack. but Riggins almost able to pick up that first down. 3rd and less than 1.
Riggins was rushed for over 100 yards in each of the 3 playoff games. Theismann on that controlled roll, but he's in trouble. Gets to the 30 and then is tripped up. Baumhauer, Grodzinski, and Douay all surrounding Theismann. And so the punting team will come on for the Washington Redskins.
Bob Baumhauer is certainly important to that play, but I believe it was the linebacker, Larry Gordon, coming upfield that shut it off. Let's watch the pursuit from the inside. Bostic trying to shut off Baumhauer inside, but Baumhauer able to escape. He'll finally make the tackle, but it was a fine play by Gordon, who forced Theismann back inside. Actually, Baumhauer didn't finish the tackle. He just got the first part of it.
So Jeff Hayes to punt. Tommy Figueredo back at the 30-yard line for Miami. The Dolphins leading 7-0. End over end. Figueredo has some running room. 35. And down at the 37-yard line. So the Dolphins have the ball and the lead. Exactly 6 minutes remaining in the first quarter here. Super Bowl 17 from Pasadena. Dolphins 7, Redskins nothing.
From advanced technology comes a new kind of luxury car. The first front-wheel drive Chrysler New Yorker. The most technologically advanced Chrysler ever built. With electronics so advanced it even monitors itself.
All monitored systems are functioning.
To keep you secure. New Yorker is luxurious room, impressive mileage, a smooth, quiet ride. And so reliable it's protected for 5 years or 50,000 miles. The Chrysler New Yorker.
Where are you going? To get a Stroh's. That's about a 200-mile hike through heavy snow. I know. If you think of it, get 2.
From one dear lover to another's rose.
Come watch me take on the British champion George Feeney on February 6th in beautiful Italy, here on NBC Sports World.
Plus, the World Pro Figure Skating Championship featuring Linda Fradiani and Dorothy Hamill, only on NBC Sports World.
The Goodyear blimp, Columbia, from Los Angeles. The pilot, Captain Joel Chamberlain, Norwood, Massachusetts. If that blimp were to land on the Rose Bowl field, it would cover 65 yards. Picture postcard day in Pasadena. 7-0 Miami leading the Washington Redskins with 6 minutes remaining in the first quarter. David Woodley. On the course of the year, was just an average passer, as you saw from those statistics, but has saved some of his best for the playoffs. Bill Arnsparger and the Miami defense on the sidelines from the 38. Tony Nathan threw a big hole all the way to the 50-yard line and almost took it the distance. Mel Kaufman, 55 around his ankles. It's a big gain for Miami, 13 yards.
Again, Washington Redskins getting what they had hoped for defensively. They wanted to see Nathan carrying the football, but I don't think they wanted to see him making this kind of yardage. Fine play. They faked Franklin to the outside. Nathan darting up inside, showing great acceleration. Usually it's Franklin running up inside and Nathan running outside. Utilized 22 right up the middle. Fine gain, first down.
50-yard line. Nat Moore, the veteran in motion. Franklin running into his own man. And then powering to the 31-yard line, a 9-yard gain for Franklin from Nebraska. He wears 39. That was Larry Zonka's number, and he made it very clear, even though he wore 39 at Nebraska, he wanted 37 and his own identity with the Dolphins, and he certainly has earned that this year, rushing for over 700 yards, third best in the NFL. There they are. Freeman McNeil, the NFL rushing champion, followed by Tony Dorsett, the best in the NFC, and then Franklin. There's Zonk himself. He was always the favorite of Don Shula's. Franklin has a first down at the Washington 37-yard line.
A lot of people do not realize, Dick, that during the regular season, Franklin averaged 4.1 yards a carry And John Riggins, who has had a lot more publicity coming into this game, averaged 3.1 yards a carry. Of course, Riggins' numbers in the playoffs much better than that, but there's Franklin's record for both the season and the playoff. You can see the number of times that he has contributed with those big 4-yard-plus gains.
Powerful legs. He was a blocking back at Nebraska primarily. On 2nd and 1, Woodley. Fumble! Redskins have a shot at it. If it stays in bounds, did it? Yes. Washington's ball at the 46-yard line. Dexter Manley made the hit. Dave Butts recovered it.
A hit reminiscent of the big hit he made on Danny White just before the half in that game against Dallas. Butts will be coming from, or Manley will be coming from the right side of your screen. Just swarms over the top of Woodley. The ball bouncing 20, 30 yards to the sideline. Had that ball gone out of bounds, as you said, Dick, Miami would have retained possession.
So the Redskins were the game's first turnover.
The standing quarter mile. This machine is about to attack it. A motorcycle that can turn 65 cubic inches into an incredible amount of horsepower. The Honda V65 Magna. It's about to become the world's fastest production motorcycle.
When you burn the candle at both ends, there's a vitamin just for you. New advanced formula stress tabs, now with biotin. A vitamin not found in other stress formulas. A vitamin essential to help convert food to energy. When you burn the candle at both ends, support your diet with new advanced formula stress tabs with biotin, the official stress formula vitamin of the 1984 Winter Olympics.
The showcase for the biggest bouts in boxing is NBC Sports World.
Come watch me take on the British champion George Feeney on February 6th in beautiful Italy, here on NBC Sports World.
One of the owners of the Washington Redskins, Jack Kent Cooke. Like they don't care. That's after Dexter Manley forced the fumble and Dave Butts recovered at the Miami 46-yard line. That turnover table so critical. Dolphins a +4, the Redskins a +8 on the regular season. The Redskins have generated quite a pass rush. They've averaged 4 sacks a game in the last 6. Here, a little razzle-dazzle, and now Theismann getting away and throwing to Brown out of bounds. No catch at the 13-yard line. He did not come down in bounds. Charlie Brown as Theismann drilling the ball. Glenn Blackwood on the coverage. Theismann did a good job of escaping the rush.
A little bit riverboat gambler and Joe Gibbs as he sends Theismann back to take that little reverse flea flicker. Watch him hand off the first time, a second handoff, and now the toss back from Alvin Garrett. Theismann will get great pressure from Dewey right there, but Dewey misses the tackle. Theismann unloads the football, and now at the spot of the catch, a chance here perhaps to stay in bounds. The receiver, Charlie Brown, right on the sideline. No way to get those 2 toes down inside.
2nd and 10. A draw. That's Clarence Harmon, toppled at about the 38-yard line. A good gain of about 7 for Harmon, who carried the ball infrequently during the course of the year, rushed for 168 yards. He's from Mississippi State, one of the many free agents on this Washington team.
When he did carry it, carried it effectively with a 4.4 average during the regular season, Dick.
Mark Mosley, who set an NFL record, 23 consecutive field goals this year, getting ready just in case. 3rd down and 2. Theismann over the middle. Caught for a first down at the 35-yard line by Don Warren, the tight end from San Diego State. Warren with Roan all over him, making a clutch catch and a Washington first down.
During the 1981 season, John Warren had a hard time hanging on to the football. but somewhere he found glue on his fingers during the 1982 season. Has been a sure-handed receiver, has been well utilized by Theismann, by Joe Gibbs, a very important part of their passing attack during this past season.
2.5 minutes remaining, first quarter. Miami has scored on a 76-yard touchdown pass. Woodley to Cephalo. Redskins, after a turnover, have a first down at the Miami 35. Riggins. He's got at least 7. Starting wide and at 235 pounds, showing his speed as he cut upfield. Dewey and Blackwood, Lyle Blackwood, made the tackle. Brzezinski was there as well.
A.J. Dewey will be all over the field on this particular play, coming from his inside linebacker slot. Gets a little block there from Grimm, number 68. But that's the kind of play that Riggins runs so well. Slipping outside, seeing the opening in the defense, and accelerating up through the hole. He rarely falls backwards. At the end of his runs, you'll normally see Riggins going forward.
Second down in the long 3. See Warren coming up through the hole, or Walker to block the tight end, and then Riggins following in behind and has the first down inside the 25. 7 more yards for John Riggins. Former Jet, a #1 pick in '71. Established himself as a free agent, picked up by the Redskins, then left football in '80 because he didn't think he was making enough money. Decided he better come back. He was bored and broke, he said. And had really an average year, didn't he, Merlin, during the course of the season, but he's been spectacular in the playoffs.
Certainly has. And you saw Arnsparger concerned about what's going to happen as Theismann does not like what he sees and quickly calls a timeout.
So from the 22 with the first down, the Miami defense was not what Theismann wanted in that play call, and so he's going to come over and talk with Joe Gibbs, his head coach. 57 seconds remaining. First quarter. Miami 7. Washington nothing.
Born of tradition, nurtured by pride. Budweiser Light, with a clean, distinctive taste. A light beer worthy of the king of beers.
Bring out your best. Bring out your best.
The best never comes easy.
Budweiser Light.
That's why there's nothing else like it.
Budweiser Light.
For 1983, Plymouth is making Made in America mean something again. Quality, durability. Now, Made in America means many of Plymouth's vital parts and functions are computer designed. Stress tested. It means Reliant K is the highest mileage 6-passenger front-wheel drive car in America. Horizon is a sensibly priced complete American car. It means 5 years or 50,000 miles protection. Hard proof. Plymouth is the American way to get your money's worth. Plymouth offers 11.9 financing on all new 82 and 83 models.
Jeannie Francis, Jennifer O'Neill, an all-star cast. The love of power, the power of love. Their Essence, premiering February 15th.
Less than 1 minute remaining in the first quarter. The Dolphins leading by a touchdown. A long play. Woodley to Cephalo, 76 yards. Dexter Manley's sack of Woodley forced the fumble, recovered by Butch, and now the Redskins looking for the tying score. Have a first down at the Dolphin 22. Inside the 20 to about the 18-yard line. Dewey and others to stop the big fullback of the Redskins. Second down and 6 for Washington.
Dick, one of the things that we will see in this game that is very interesting is the blocking of the big tight ends. Rick Walker, number 88, right there working on Gordon. And you notice how he locks Gordon up. He really has just got him where he is not possible for him to even be a part of the play. That's the strategy of that Washington offense. They blow right into you. They know that Riggins is going to come up through there and find the weakness then in the defense.
Second and 6, that's Brown in motion. Riggins again to the 15 to the 14. It'll be short of the first down by a couple. Gordon, number 50, made the tackle that time.
The Washington Redskins like the play of number 66, Big Joe Jacoby. And they ran up in there behind him again on that last play.
And that is the end of the first quarter. Super Bowl 17, 15 minutes old. 7-0 Miami.
Something is coming, a place all your own.
Hear what they're building up the streets?
Isn't that something?
They said it was a choice between building it here or building it over in Pleasant Valley.
Poor old Pleasant Valley.
And they got the greatest French fries. Yeah!
And guess who won't be cooking dinner every night?
Guess what? Bobby's going to be working now. Bobby! Do you think they'll ever finish?
McDonald's and you. It'll be nice having a place where everyone can get together.
Poor old Pleasant Valley.
McDonald's and you, sharing the good times like good neighbors do. Together, McDonald's and you.
When you buy outdoor power equipment, a lot of what you buy is the power. That's why you'll find a Briggs & Stratton engine on more makes and models of equipment than any other engine in the world. Put durable, dependable Briggs & Stratton power to work for you. Whatever brand of equipment you buy, make sure the engine carries our brand. Briggs & Stratton, the power in power equipment.
In the first quarter, the Redskins had the ball twice as long as Miami, but trailed 7-0.
Well, one of Miami's big plays, of course, got them into the end zone, and that's what the Redskins are looking for right now, a chance to even it up.
Ball at the 15-yard line, 3rd down and 3. That's Walker. Wiseman to Riggins. Stacked up. He didn't make it. See what Joe Gibbs' choice will be on 4th and about 1.5 yards for the first down. Dewey and Gordon, Baumhauer all in on that last play. And here comes the field goal unit for Washington. Mosley, not only 23 consecutive field goals, a new NFL record over 2 years, but this year missed only one, 20 of 21.
Big Joe Jacoby, number 66. They've run in right behind him, and he's been giving Beaucamper, number 58, a tough time. But Beaucamper stood him off on that play, forced the field goal unit.
31 yards away, and Mosley's kick is true. Now the Redskins capitalize on the fumble and get 3. It's 7-3 Miami.
Sharp introduces the SF-825 copier.
Hold it! I'm here to demonstrate how the SF-825 reduces 2 ways or enlarges.
Really?
Make a small copy of me even smaller or an enlargement up to 120%. Sharp's SF-825 has 44 diagnostic features.
I love the copier, and you're cute, too.
Hey, don't forget your original.
We replaced 500,000 transistors and diodes with one tiny chip. From Sharp minds come Sharp products.
From advanced technology comes a new kind of luxury car. The first front-wheel drive Chrysler New Yorker. The most technologically advanced Chrysler ever built. With electronics so advanced it even monitors itself.
All monitored systems are functioning.
To keep you secure. New Yorker is luxurious room, impressive mileage, a smooth, quiet ride. And so reliable it's protected for 5 years or 50,000 miles. The Chrysler New Yorker.
Gary Coleman is going to college, and higher education will never be the same as he tackles Robert Guillaume and Campus Cuties and the kid with the 200 IQ 1 week from tonight.
Pasadena, California. The second half will be played during the night. Miami leading 7-3 gets the ball. The Bolton Walker at the 5. 20. The speed, 30. And he's all the way to the 47-yard line. Oh, the Dolphins. They've read a lot about Mike Helm's tremendous kick return ability, and Bolton Walker says, I'll show you a little of my own stuff. 41 yards on the return to match his number.
The clock at the bottom of your screen will show you how long that football is in the air. You can see the kind of power that Hayes was able to get on that ball. Now watch the coverage. Walker will come up inside. Now breaks to the outside very quickly here. Gets away from a couple of tacklers. That's Hayes who fell to the ground in front of him. They're lucky to get that final saving tackle. That was Williams, Greg Williams, I believe, 47, that came over and took him down from behind.
Officially 42 yards on the kick return. This is Tony Nathan weaving his way to the Washington 45. A gain of 8 before Mel Kaufman. And Mark Murphy can make the hit.
Stop by Mel Kaufman.
Kaufman got into the lineup, Dick. Monty Coleman was injured, and Kaufman got in and has played so well that Monty Coleman hasn't been able to get his job back. Monty does come in to play, of course, on passing downs to utilize his great speed. But Mel Kaufman has really become a player during 1982.
Remember the NCAA Division II champion Cal Poly San Luis Obispo team. Nathan again. Straight up the middle to a first down at the 37. Dave Butts, #1 draft pick of the St. Louis Cardinals in '73 and then traded to the Redskins, made the tackle.
A gain of 3 yards.
Tony Nathan from Alabama, one of 4 Alabama graduates in this game, and of course, like all of the football world, saddened by the news, Paul Bear Bryant during the week. Appear to be king on Franklin. Nathan has done the running, but Franklin drawing the crowd. That was Dexter Manley spearheading the charge.
Dick, let's take a look at the strategists in this game. Don Shula, of course, calls the plays for the Miami Dolphins, sends them in. And this is one of the men he's counting on today. Wants to use Franklin like a hammer up the middle. But when you've got 3 Redskins and then a 4th standing on top of you, very difficult to make yardage up the middle.
A gain of only 1 for Franklin, who blocked for I.M. Hip and Jarvis Redwine and Rick Burns, all 1,000-yard rushers back at Nebraska. Woodley has a man. Guriel Harris stopped at about the 33-yard line. They'll allow progress. Jarris White, 45, made the tackle. It'll be just shy of a first down. A gain of about 8. Harris from New Mexico State. Don Shula, he'll call the plays on one sideline. And on the other side, Richie Pettibone, the defensive coordinator of the Redskins under Joe Gibbs.
There's Shula sending in the plays. Now, he usually sends a messenger in. On the other side, they're sent in by signal. Watch Pettibone. That's his signal, which goes into Mark Murphy on the field. Murphy, the defensive signal caller, the general, he'll make both audible and visual calls for his defensive men.
Woody Bennett into the ball game. It's Franklin that gets the handoff. Don Shula calls that his elephant backfield. 2 big men, short yardage. Franklin at 225 and Bennett at 222. Neil Olkowitz and Dexter Manley made the tackle, but not until Franklin fought for the first down.
They ran that play right at Big Dave Butts, number 65. Butts, of course, plays the run very efficiently, but Miami challenging him on the offensive line. He's head up there and gets the block of number 57, Dwight Stevenson. Stevenson coming from his center slot. Taves slipping up the middle. Butts able to get back into the play, but not until they had a first down.
Franklin and Nathan behind Woodley, who throws to Cephalo. Touchdown maker is stopped at the 25-yard line. Short yardage, about 5, maybe 6. Vernon Dean, second-round draft pick, number 32 of the Redskins this year. The rookie from San Diego State went to Los Angeles High School, so he's playing right in his own backyard.
Dwight Stevenson, number 57, had a good look at him over the playoffs. One of the quickest centers in the NFL, and certainly has given us some exciting action to zero in on. Of course, his play very important against this 4-3 defense.
2nd and 4. Nathan. Boy, they had good penetration, did the Redskins that time. They beat the Miami offensive line off the ball, and a loss suffered by the Dolphins as Dave Butts again right around that football.
And that, of course, is exactly what Richie Pettibone wants. He puts in 4 defensive specialists, takes 4 of the slower players out of this game. This is what they call their nickel package, and they love to get Miami and any team they play in a long yardage passing situation.
10 minutes remaining in the first half. 7-3 Miami. 3rd and 5 for the Dolphins. Out of the shotgun. Complete to Harris, and it's a first down at the Washington 19. And Woodley, under a tremendous rush, just didn't get the ball away. Dean and Murphy made the tackle.
Mark Murphy, leading tackler for the Redskins, making another fine play, but David Woodley has certainly silenced a lot of his critics in this playoff run. They said he couldn't throw the football. Well, he zips this one. Juriel Harris at the other end of it, making the first down. Murphy finally polishes him off, but boy, that's fine play.
Boy, Tony Peters, the strong safety, you can't get into a backfield any quicker than he was on Woodley, and he still completed the pass. 9 minutes left, second quarter. 7-3 Miami. First down at the Washington 19. Franklin. He earned about 3, maybe 4 before Murphy and Kaufman could collaborate on the tackle.
Dick, Don Shula's offensive philosophy in this game, pretty basic and simple. Wants to establish the running game. Wants to throw the ball short. And when he gets Washington where they have to gamble, where they come with the blitz, he knows he's isolated man-on-man. Then he wants to get deep, as he did to Cephalo, and get the big points on the board.
Let's hear Woodley bark out the signals on this second down and 7. Appeared to be Manley offside before the snap. Apparently, we didn't hear the signals, and neither did Manley. It'll go against Manley.
Encroachment, number 72. Defense, second down.
That'll be second down and a long one for Don Shula's Dolphins. And that gives Woodley a down with which to play against Joe Gibbs in his second year with the Redskins, the NFL Coach of the Year, voted by his own peers, former offensive coordinator with the San Diego Chargers.
Shula can afford to play with this down if he wants to. Let's see if he goes for 7.
After a blitz, Franklin drives to the 8-yard line. Murphy made the tackle along with Manley. It's a first and goal for Miami.
There's no question about the willingness of these Redskins to gamble. Looked like they had half the defense coming. Murphy's the man who's coming here, tries to time it, gets there in good time. Gets the pickup right there by Geisler, number 79, but just good hard running by Andre Franklin to pick up that first down.
Murphy, who during the strike ran in New York Central Park, he said even at night that helped his speed, he said.
I can understand that, Dick.
First and goal from the 8. Franklin. Good defense by the Redskins. 1-yard gain. Rich Malott, one of the many linebackers to graduate from Joe Paterno's Penn State Nittany Lions, replaced Chris Hamburger and is often compared to him as an outside backer.
Had a lot of injuries over the last year and a half, or actually in the past season. This season he stayed healthy, but in the 1981 season had a lot of injuries that kept him from reaching his potential. Has really come to his full potential as a linebacker during this season, Dick.
Woodley has a blocker, might run it. Gets to about the 3-yard line. A little slow in developing. There was a point had Woodley decided to run immediately where he might have scored. Perhaps trying to decide whether to throw or not. It's now third and goal at about the 3. Woodley, the leading rusher among National Football League quarterbacks this year with 207 yards. Let's pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC Television Network.
This is KYW TV3 in Philadelphia.
Dick, I always hated that quarterback rollout. I think it's the most dangerous play that you can run at this point on the field. Very tough for the defense to take care of.
Third and goal from the 3-yard line. Miami leading 7-3. Woodley might have thrown that one away. Joe Rose was the nearest Dolphin. Vernon Dean came closest to the ball. So the Redskins stopped Miami's thrust at the 3, and Uwe von Schamann in to try the field goal. This one just a yard longer than an extra point.
We'll take a look at Joe Rose as he gets out into his pattern. Both he and Cephalo were to the outside. It appeared that that ball may have been thrown at Cephalo rather than Rose. Cephalo had hooked back inside. Ball thrown to the corner, but no one could get to it. Let's see if Uva is getting over the flu. He's not only got that back problem, but he's had the flu this week. It certainly could affect his performance, but probably not from this close in.
21 yards, but from an angle. Out of Strock's hold, it's good. Exactly 6 minutes remaining in the first half here in Pasadena, California. The score, Dolphins 10, Redskins 3.
You know, there's nothing like getting together for a nice, friendly game of cards. That's right. Jim brings the cards. Uh-oh. Mickey brings the doll. Thanks, doll. And I bring the beer. Light beer from Miller. Light tastes great. It's got a third less calories than the regular beer. And it's less filling. And you don't want to get filled up when you're dealing with these guys who... Okay, Numa, cut the cards. Oh, no.
Light beer from Miller. Everything you always wanted in a beer, and less.
She's back. She's back. She's back.
The Mustang convertible is back. The convertible with a power top, glass back window, and room for 4. The Mustang convertible, the hottest news around, because it's more than a convertible. It's a Mustang. Right, Sally?
Now, Ford sponsors 11.9% financing on today's new Ford cars.
Mike Jones is deep for the Redskins.
6 minutes remaining in the first half. Here at the Rose Bowl, Super Bowl 17, the AFC champion Dolphins leading by 7. Von Schaman officially from 20 yards on that last field goal. Will kick it off. Mike Nelms to return. He had that big 76-yard kickoff return against Dallas last week.
This is where that injury to Von Schaman's back will probably bother him. We probably won't see him kick the ball into the end zone unless that back is healed substantially in this last week.
Pretty healthy on that. Oh! He put Nelms into El Monte. First down at the 20-yard line. So Von Schaman showing that at least that back not bothering his kicking form. The Redskins down by 7 will put it in play from the 20-yard line.
I apologize, Uva.
And even louder. Have any Tylenol? My doctor said no aspirin.
Take 3.
3?
Anacin 3. It's 100% aspirin-free.
I didn't know Anacin 3 is aspirin-free. I've got a choice.
Right. Like Tylenol, Anacin 3 is 100% aspirin-free with the most effective aspirin-free pain reliever you can buy.
You seem better.
Headache's gone. What's the name of that pain reliever you gave me?
Anacin 3.
Take 3. Anacin 3, 100% aspirin-free.
Canon's AE1 program is impressing a lot of people. For the pro photographer,
it's even more advanced.
And for pro quarterback Joe Theismann,
it's even simpler to use.
No matter how tough the shot, the program mode automatically sets the camera for the best possible photo.
This Canon is super.
The Canon AE1 program. So advanced, it's simple. Canon, the official camera of the Super Bowl.
I'm Alexa Hamilton, but when I play the Invisible Woman 2 weeks from tonight on NBC, I'll look like this. The Invisible Woman. You won't believe your eyes.
Elsewhere today, we understand that Bob Gilder and Rex Caldwell are tied in the 6th hole of sudden death of the Phoenix Open Championship. As soon as a winner is determined, we'll have that for you. But here in Pasadena, big money at stake as well. $36,000 to the winner, and the winner will take home a total of $70,000 for the playoffs. Miami leading 10-3. Ball at the 20-yard line. And Theismann to throw. Wide open is Rick Walker. 30, 40, 45. No one covered Walker, who drives out of bounds at the 47-yard line. 25 yards for Theismann and the Redskins.
Rick Walker, number 88, has been coming in motion and then dipping up into the line to block. On this play, he'll come from the left side of your screen and dip up and dip to block. You saw him going through right there. He's all by himself. No one picks him up in the Miami secondary, and Walker does a good job of getting extra yardage before he's finally run out of room by the Blackwood brothers.
Here's Dewey as you watch him try to read the play, get screened out. Actually, Walker goes by him and was forgotten.
That was his coverage. That was Dewey's coverage.
Walker again on a reverse and hit from behind, stopped at the 47-yard line, fumbled, but was already down at the 48 and picked up some of that turf in the helmet.
A.J. embarrassed on that last play. I really believe that that was his man. And sometimes the adrenaline will begin to pump. He comes right up on Russ Grimm, number 68, stands Grimm off at the line, and finally gets outside to make the tackle on Walker right there.
Dewey, number 77, that was a big number last week. He had 3 interceptions and a touchdown. 77 to the Redskins. Gerald Grant had a touchdown. Riggins close to a first down as he plows to the Miami 43-yard line. Riggins, who broke all of Gale Sayers' records at Kansas in high school, was the state champion sprinter with a 9.8 speed, compact 235-pounder. Fumbled once all year, did Riggins. Never thrown for a loss in his collegiate days. At Kansas, they're measuring for the first down.
Riggo, he had himself quite a week. Didn't like all the press conversation at the beginning of the week, and it had dressed in his casual attire, his khakis and so forth, until late in the week when the Redskins had a party, and Riggo arrived in top hat and tails. And Joe Gibbs said, well, one thing for sure, you never do know what Riggins is going to do, how he's going to arrive.
His normal attire is camouflage pants. Well, there's Riggonomics right there, about that much necessary for a first down.
We're going to be looking at Jeff Bostic, the center for the Washington Redskins. He dislocated the pointer finger on his right hand in practice this week, and of course that's his snapping hand. Very difficult.
Third down and short. Riggins. Here's he has it. Roan finished off the tackle. Riggins able to lurch forward. Didn't need much. And referee Jerry Markbright calls time. This gives us a chance to congratulate Joe Theismann, the quarterback of the Washington Redskins, who has been named the NFL 82 Man of the Year. It's given for not only football excellence, but contributions to the community. And Joe has been so very active in many causes in the nation's capital. His daughter, Amy, first down, at age 3, had open heart surgery. And Joe said when she came out of the surgery and looked at him and said, "Daddy," he said his whole life changed. And he has given very freely of his time off the field. We congratulate him on that high honor.
He's certainly, without question, the leader of that Washington Redskin team, too. And I think one of the great attributes of the quarterback, that kind of leadership.
First down, the Redskins looking for a tying touchdown. 4 minutes left in the first half. Theismann to Brown on the flanker screen. Some nice runnings, but Doug Better's able to finally get him by the jersey and tail him down at about the 39-yard line. Betters makes his off-season home up in the ski country. He likes Lake Tahoe in Montana. Sure wish he'd give up skiing.
Screen pass, and of course Bostic, one of the people that will have to get outside to help block. You see him right there trying to stay on Baumhauer. Now he's trying to get outside. Baumhauer stayed right with him, but Bostic would not give up on the block. That's a feisty blocker there.
Charlie Brown tackled by Betters at the 40. It's second down and 7. Riggins the only setback. Theismann rolling. And then throwing back to Riggins. He has running room, 35-30. And he's all the way to the 25 and a first down.
Here's another angle of that last play. A 14-yard pickup for John Riggins. Riggins not usually utilized as a receiver. And Joe Gibbs is pulling out the stops today. Theismann looking to this sideline and throwing back John Riggins all alone. And, oh, I don't think I'd want to try and come up and tackle him from there. Ooh. 59, Brzezinski, a big, big linebacker, still had trouble getting him down.
From the 25-yard line of Miami, Theismann to Riggins. And he gets back to the line of scrimmage, and that's all. It appeared the way Riggins was holding the football that he was going to throw.
I watched Riggins during practice, and he practiced for about 5 minutes just with that play, throwing the football, and has a good throwing action, is an accurate passer, but did not unload that one because his receiver was covered.
Alvin Garrett was the man deep downfield, and indeed, he was blanketed well.
Down on the line of scrimmage in the pits, the Hogs beginning to get a little advantage here for the Washington Redskins.
Riggins comes out. He is a member of that Hogs team, honorary unit. It's not easy to get into that club. Clarence Harmon, the only setback. Theismann scrambling. He's got running room. 20. 15. Out of bounds. First down at the 12. Theismann, who rushed for 150 yards during the course of the year, gets a first down.
We have two very mobile quarterbacks in this football game, and boy, that'll bring you nightmares if you're trying to play defense. You think you've got everything covered. You've got a good pass rush, you've got people covered downfield, and suddenly a mobile quarterback takes off and destroys the whole equation. Turns what looks to be a good play defensively into a disaster.
From the 13, a first down. 10-3, Miami leads, 2 minutes remaining. Riggins to the 7. Baumhauer, McNeil finally made the tackle. And that's the 2-minute warning. 2 minutes left in the first half of Super Bowl 17. Miami has the lead, but the Redskins are threatening to tie.
Some things speak for themselves.
Experience a sophisticated new front-wheel drive road car. Experience the all-new Mazda 626 Sport Coupe, Sport Sedan, and unique 5-door touring sedan. Experience its new 2-liter overhead cam engine and patented independent rear suspension. It's time to experience the all-new Mazda 626. Experience outstanding performance, luxury, and value. The more you look, the more you like the Mazda experience.
The showcase for the biggest bouts in boxing is NBC Sports World.
Come watch me take on the British champion George Feeney on February 6th in beautiful Italy, here on NBC Sports World.
The brain trust of the Washington Redskins, led by 42-year-old Joe Jackson Gibbs.
Man on this side, Joe Crow. And on the other side, the man who gave his offensive line the name Hogs, Joe Bugle.
Even in the locker room there for Washington, the Hogs, their area is called Pig Alley, and it's written in crayon, they say. Second down and 4 from the 7 as the Redskins looking for a tying score. It's Riggins. Breaks the initial hit and has the speed to get outside and turn what would be a loss for a normal back into a gain of a couple. It'll be 3rd down and 2. Gerald Small finally ran him out of bounds.
And that's one time when Riggins is not difficult to tackle. If you can get him turned to the sideline, as they did on that play, and they'd love to be able to do that on every play. But there's only been 1 3rd down in this drive, Dick. They have been picking up big yardage on the Miami defense and doing a great job of mixing their plays. I'm sure Bill Arnsparger concerned about what his defensive troops are going through out there against this Redskin offense.
That's a long one. 3rd and about 1.5 yards. And Theismann to throw to Garrett. Touchdown! celebration, their touchdown celebration. The remarkable story of Alvin Garrett continues. He caught one pass for 6 yards all year, and then with the injury to Art Monk in the playoffs, 13 catches, 4 touchdowns. That's his 5th score in the playoffs.
And a brilliant finesse pass by number 7, Joe Theismann, as we watch the extra point cleanly through the uprights. Theismann just lofted that ball over the top of Gerald Small. Garrett able to come up with, here it is, a chance for you to look at. Look how quickly he throws that football. Arches it up and over the top. And what does Joe Theismann think about that play? You'll have a chance to watch him. Look how quickly that ball is in the air.
And Theismann said, we have 6 and make it 7. Timeout, 1:51 remaining in the first half. A new game.
Electronics would like to...
Just in television. How come all you ever talk about are sports games?
Sorry?
And television now has games like the arcade.
I know.
Rock and Chase.
Absolutely.
Tron Deadly Death. Excellent.
Right.
Night Stalker. Awesome robot.
Oh, glad you like them.
Sorry. I can't hang around here. I'm going home to play my Intellivision.
Who was that kid?
These Mercedes-Benz automobiles have been on the road only since 1971. Far too young to be considered classics. Yet their resale value already is classic, because each one of these 6 Mercedes models, built more than a decade ago, is actually worth more money today than the day it was new. Mercedes-Benz, value that endures.
Drafted by San Diego out of Angelo State, went to the Giants, and eventually another free agent pick by the Redskins. He has tied the game. Alvin Garrett. Now Jeff Hayes to kick off. Fulton Walker, the deep man for Miami. He had a 42-yard kickoff return the last time. From the 2. 20, he's in the open again. 30, 40, he's going to go for a touchdown. 98 yards, Fulton Walker. It's in the book. Fulton Walker, new Super Bowl record, 98-yard kickoff return.
The Redskins have not given up a return for a touchdown on a kickoff all year. In fact, one of the strengths of their team has been their ability to come down and cover kicks. But number 41, Fulton Walker, shows them his heels as he simply breaks outside, gets excellent blocking. A block there on Wilbur Jackson. Hayes, the man who had the last shot at him, just threw his body down, and Fulton Walker carries it into the end zone.
That breaks the old mark of Rick Upchurch. The injured player was Clarence Harmon. He's okay. Here you see it again. He started left and then got a block and broke it right up the middle. There's the key block. Was thrown by 61, the All-American from University of Southern California, Roy Foster. And Walker, no one laid a hand on him.
It looked a little funny to you from that angle. That's a camera on the other side of the field. And here's another chance to see it coming right at you from the end zone. There was the big block on the outside, just a devastating block on Cronin. Pretty job. Walker carrying it in for points.
And Larry Anderson holds the all-time kickoff return yardage. The Pittsburgh Steelers on this field against the Rams. Remember his key returns. Walker in just 2 tries has a 98 and a 42-yarder. That's 140 yards already on 2 kickoff returns. He well could set a new mark. He's just a short one now. Try for point by Von Schaumann. Don Strock to hold.
Von Schaumann attempting the conversion.
It's good. Now Larry Anderson with 5 returns had 162 yards. In 2 returns, Fulton Walker is just 22 yards shy of that mark. So an explosive second quarter, 17-10 Miami.
Only Hertz gives you the best of both worlds. Not only do you get to choose from the most fantastic top-name gifts in the rent-a-car business, like a Cartier billfold, a video disc player, a personal computer, cultured pearls, a 19-inch color TV, and a whole lot more. But at the same time, you also earn points in the most fantastic travel awards program in the rent-a-car business. And now you have to June 30th to win both ways.
Some insurance companies send you for 3 estimates on a fender bender.
Gonna need new bumper, gonna need new fender, gonna need new panel,
Gonna need new panel, gonna need new bumper, gonna need new fender, gonna need a new fender, gonna need a new panel, gonna need a new bumper.
Allstate Update. Claim service the easy way.
The good hands people won't send you shopping for estimates. One stop at any Allstate Claim Center can get you an estimate and a fair settlement right here without the runaround. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Former West Virginia Mountaineer Fulton Walker, as a rookie last year, he had a kickoff return for a touchdown in a Monday night game against Buffalo, and he has just set a Super Bowl mark with that 98-yard romp for a score, thanks to his friends on that special teams. And in a game where some thought 17-10 could be the final, everyone predicting a low-scoring game, it's 17-10 with a minute and a half remaining in this first half. Von Chaman to Nelms. He, a dangerous kick return man. Deep, 6 yards deep. He's going to take it out. 10. And down at the 16-yard line, and with it goes the flag. Steve Scholl, 52, made the tackle for Miami, along with Woody Bennett. And now let's check the penalty.
Dick, that's the first time we've ever had a kickoff run all the way back for a touchdown in the Super Bowl. So not only a record in length, but also the first of its kind. Penalty for an illegal block going against the Washington Redskins here. That means they'll start even further in their own territory. It looked like they've been fighting for respect all year. In fact, that's kind of been their battle cry. Looked like they had gotten it on that touchdown, and then suddenly Miami comes raging back, puts 7 more on the board quickly, and let's see what Joe Theismann has in his back pocket for this minute and 34 seconds, the last minute and 34 seconds of this first half.
Todd Liebenstein guilty of the foul. Remember, the Redskins used a timeout earlier, so they have only 2 remaining. Riggins, we'll see if Miami elects to use their time. Yes, they are. Nestrone calls time. They now have 2 left, and of course the Miami strategy of Don Shula would be to try to hold the Redskins deep in their own end, using their timeouts, and then get the ball near midfield on a punt. But of course, Joe Theismann and company will have thoughts of maintaining possession.
Dick, we've tried to show you some of the strategists in the game. On the far sideline, or on the near sideline, actually, that's Bro signaling in for Joe Gibbs. Joe Gibbs will give him the plays. He signals them in. Coach Bill Arnsparger on the other side signaling in his defenses. And they go in, interestingly, to A.J. Dewey. Dewey will make the calls for the 7 men up front. Then Glenn Blackwood will make the calls for the 4 defensive backers. And those calls can change according to formation, according to down and distance, and according to the movement of Washington's offense. That's why we're seeing so much motion from Washington. They're trying to confuse that Miami defense, and they've done a pretty good job of it here in the first half.
Hail high above the Rose Bowl, taking those magnificent shots, the Goodyear blimp. As a defensive player, Merlin, we hear so much talk about Bill Arnsparger and the genius of the man and the intricate defenses of the Dolphins. Are they really that much more involved than those used by the Redskins and the other NFL teams?
Well, in the Redskins defense, you're talking about one of the most complicated defenses in football, too. A defense that is very demanding. So we really have 2 great defensive systems on the field today.
Miami trying to hold Washington deep in its own end. Little draw play to Harmon. Oh, he's popped pretty good at the 13-yard line. A.J. Dewey helped out by Baumhauer. And time called Miami with 1 minute and 20 seconds left in the first half. And now Theismann needs about, with the ball at the 14, 3 yards for a first down, or the punting team will have to come on for Washington.
Baumhauer able to get good penetration on that play, and Theismann obviously not wanting to make a mistake here. Your choices are rather limited. You certainly wouldn't want to get an interception. But at the same time, if you can pick up that first down, you control the football, you at least don't give Miami a chance to get their hands back on it. You've got a quick look at number 58, Kim Bocamper, who's really had his hands full on the field today with number 66, Joe Jacoby.
You mentioned earlier that Joe Gibbs is a gambling head coach. When you consider the situation deep in your own end, 3rd down and 3, the last thing perhaps Miami might be looking for is a bomb. You think that they might go for the long strike?
They could, but one thing about Arnsparger's defense, it is a defense that is usually on safe ground for almost any play. It's not nearly as aggressive. He won't send the blitz. He sent it maybe 5% of the time as opposed to 30% for Washington.
3rd down 3, 1 minute 20 seconds left in the half. 17-10 Miami. Giaquinto, the man in motion, number 30. Theismann will run for the first down and get it with a slide at the 24-yard line. That looked like a pretty good baseball slide. Theismann had plenty of practice. He was an outstanding high school player, primarily a pitcher. In fact, the Minnesota Twins offered him a baseball contract.
One of the men the Hogs are trying to keep pinned down today, number 73, Bob Baumhauer. He was trying to chase from the inside. You see the blitz coming on that play. Actually, that's Rowan going inside. Baumhauer stunning behind him. Has his sights set on Theismann. George Stark, 74, pushes him away. But Theismann just outlegs Baumhauer and then hooks it into the sideline. He's safe.
First down at the 24-yard line with 1:14 remaining. And now let's see what the Redskins do. They've got 2 timeouts left. Theismann. Complete. Oh, what a hit. Don Warren tackled by Mike Kozlowski, who came up quickly from the secondary. Kozlowski, who in junior college, his sport was volleyball. He won a scholarship as a volleyball star and then went on to Colorado.
I think he had visions of batting that ball loose and did, but after the receiver hit the ground. But that was quite a tackle. Pass thrown behind the receiver, who had to turn around, put him in a very awkward position, and Kozlowski leveled it.
2nd down 6. Clock has been running. 38, 37, 36 seconds remaining. First half. Theismann going to go long down the middle. And a flag goes down. Giaquinto hit early by 42, Lyle Blackwood. Remember, the Dolphins had the fewest penalties in the NFL again this year. For the 7th consecutive year, the least penalized team. That was a big one. Number 42 at the 42. First down, Washington.
Lyle Blackwood had excellent position. He just mistimed the hit. He leveled Giaquinto before the ball arrived. And, of course, you'll have a first down at that point. A different look there. You saw how far away from Giaquinto the ball was when Blackwood hit him, and how quickly the flag was in the air.
17-10. Miami leads. 30 seconds left for Theismann and the Redskins before the half to try to tie. They're showing blitz. Theismann running out of room. And complete. Finally down. He's finally down at the 16-yard line. Timeout. Washington with 14 seconds left.
Absolutely a great play by Joe Theismann. Scrambling out to his right, getting pressure from Dewey, who had blitzed from the inside. Watch Dewey coming from the inside. Theismann will look back. He's coming right there. Looks back. He sees Dewey coming and then just fires a strike. Joe Theismann has a powerful arm. He used it effectively there to get the ball to Charlie Brown.
Kozlowski on his coverage. He's got this short zone. And Brown had everybody dancing, didn't he?
You see what he's doing? He's using the sideline. He really had great position, but it was the strength of Theismann's arm and the throw. Watch this. Little baseball pitch there. Just zip. No chance for Kozlowski to get over and knock it away.
All right, now the pressure on the Washington Redskins is that of time. 14 seconds, and they have used their last timeout. They are in field goal range. The ball a first down at the 16. Theismann perhaps will go for the touchdown. Can't afford to have a pass completed in the field of play for fear that with a tackle, the time would run out before the field goal try.
I think they'll probably try and hit it in the end zone, Dick. Try and get something down into the end zone, but something hopefully that will be thrown in such a way that there's not a chance for an interception. And if they can't get it into the end zone, they'll go ahead and take their 3 points. What they don't want to do here is lose the opportunity to get some points on the board.
Everyone thought this would be a defensive struggle to find teams in that regard. Yet the last 4 possessions have resulted in a score, and Washington trying to make it 5 in a row. Get the ball, you get some points. From the 16, Weissman has time. And he doesn't get out of bounds, and the clock is running.
I don't think they'll be able to get it stopped, Dick. I think they've got an opportunity to get it out of here.
2-1. It's all over the first half. And that was the risk that the Redskins took of completing the pass in the field of play. They were unable to get out of bounds. And the Dolphins making the tackle, and Don Shula breathed a little easier. Joe Gibbs denied a 3. He was looking for a 7. And that is the end of the first half of what was the most interesting 30 minutes of Super Bowl. The Miami Dolphins go to the locker room with a touchdown lead.
This is Merlin Olsen with a special Super Bowl thanks on behalf of the United Way and the National Football League to all volunteers and contributors from all the people who are being helped. Because of your giving through the United Way, it's still working. Just watch.
Nolan Cromwell of the Los Angeles Rams, a United Way volunteer who knows the importance of boys' clubs.
How was it when you were a kid?
Well, the boys' clubs have been around for more than 75 years, and what you can learn here can last you a lifetime. Learning to be part of a team, it can be more fun than being part of a gang. Responsibility, judgment, character, they're all important. To learn how to play football, that didn't hurt me either.
Did you ever do any boxing?
Sure. As a matter of fact, I'm still pretty fast. I'll give you guys a little demonstration. Hey, any of you guys want to go a few rounds with the fastest hands in the NFL?
I can always take a lesson or give one. Ain't gonna be no rematch.
As a United Way volunteer, you can learn a lot at your boys' club.
Halftime here at the Rose Bowl. It's over at the Phoenix Open. Bob Gilder beats Rex Caldwell for the championship in sudden death. 8 holes for Rex Caldwell. That's 2 weeks in a row he's lost in sudden death. Lost the Hope last week. 17-10, Miami beat the Washington Redskins. We understand that many of you did not see the conclusion of that tournament in Phoenix, and that's why we're offering you that information now. And we'll be back at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena after these messages from your local stations.
We asked Robin Lloyd to tell you how it feels to be a correspondent for NBC News, but he was in El Salvador. Then we called Gary Cutley. He was in London. Chris Wallace was in Washington. Jim Compton in Beirut. That's the thing about NBC News correspondents. You can only find one when you need one. They go where the news is.
Don't settle for just a money market account when you can have Gamma. Gamma orchestrates all your finances for total control and maximum income with... With its unmatched access and liquidity, no one gives you as much for your money as Gamma, and only Gerard has it.
Taxi!
Over 19 million times a year, people take off with us to cities all across America.
Charlie wants to come too.
Maybe it's because we can take them to more places than American, TWA, United, and Delta combined. Or because our fleet has some of the newest, most advanced equipment in the world.
What?
Or maybe they just like taking off without leaving the ground.
All aboard, all aboard, all aboard Amtrak. One beer lover to another 12 beer. Dusty's, okay, okay.
Where is this Dusty's anyway?
Mighty crowded around here. Since they started selling Stroh's beer. Where's my Stroh? I didn't get a Stroh.
Don't miss the case of the toga party stabbing Monday night at 7:30 on the People's Court.
Nearing the end of this day in Southern California, Miami at halftime, leading the Washington Redskins 17-10. Merlin Olsen, we started with stop John Riggins, beat the Redskins. They've not really stopped him. He's over 50 yards.
He's carried it 17 times. He's on track to carry it more than 30 on the day. But I think the thing that's been interesting to me is how much action we've had from the Smurfs. A lot of people in motion, a lot of motion by the tight ends. Joe Gibbs has done a masterful job of devising counters for Bill Arnsparger's defense. And even though Miami's ahead, we've seen signs that Washington can move the ball successfully against that defense. We'll see more of it in the second half.
The difference, Fulton Walker's record 98-yard kickoff touchdown return. And now the Rose Bowl becomes a giant kaleidoscope.
Ladies and gentlemen, live from the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, Super Bowl 17 presents its halftime spectacular, Kaleidoscope, featuring a cast of 105,000 persons and the Super Drill Team.
Now, 2 plays later, David Woodley goes back, fakes, throws, there he goes, Jimmy Cephalo, he beats Tony Peters, he's gone. 76 yards, just like that, it's 7-0 Dolphins in the first quarter. Before the first quarter was out, Woodley was looking for more, but he is hit by Dexter Manley, made the big hit last week, fumble, recovered by Dave Butts of Washington. That set up Mark Mosley's second quarter 31-yard field goal. This narrowed it to 7-3 Miami. Now, after a Fulton Walker 42-yard return, a 21-yarder by Uwe von Schaumann, it's 10-3 Miami. Then, 1:51 left in the half. Joe Theismann, pretty play to Alvin Garrett, 5 yards, it's tied 10-10. But on the ensuing kickoff, the big play. Fulton Walker again, 98 yards, the first kickoff or punt ever returned for a touchdown in the history of the Super Bowl. Washington threatened late first half. Garrett didn't get out of bounds. Washington didn't score. 17-10 Miami at halftime over Washington. Michael.
Glenn, I'm a little surprised that Fulton Walker kickoff return for a touchdown because historically the Washington Redskins have always been a great special teams club, especially under George Allen. I'm sure somewhere in America Day, Coach Allen is going to throw a shoe at the television set when that happens.
All right, Pete Axtell.
I'm a well-known fan of that great Dolphin defense, but I'll tell you, Joe Gibbs has shown me something. He worked for Air Corps Yale, but now he's got more of a Washington Metro local. Really well-conceived screen passes, short passes. He's finding holes that I didn't think existed in Arnsparger's defense.
Everyone said it would be boring. Defense, not so. 17-10 at half. We'll be going back to Dick and Merlin with the second half kickoff right after this message from NFL Commissioner Pete Rozelle and a special guest. We'll see you after the game.
The NFL is proud to cooperate with other professional sports organizations in a program to help make America's young people drug-free. Here to inaugurate that program is a lady who is deeply concerned, Nancy Reagan.
Thank you, Pete. You're right. I am concerned about the drug problem in our country. Sports figures who are so respected by our youngsters can play a big part in defeating drug abuse. I'm happy that major sports organizations are joining in this fight. We should make a great team.
17-10 Miami leads. Merlin Olsen, we had 2 touchdowns in the last 2 minutes, and Washington very nearly tying it up. Lost the opportunity, tackled in the field of play at the 8-yard line.
A real tactical mistake by Joe Theismann. I'm sure the play that came in called for a touchdown or an incomplete pass and not a catch in the field of play. Theismann gunned the ball to his receiver in a position where he could be tackled, and they lost the opportunity to score. If they were to lose this ball game because they did not get those 3 points, I'm sure Theismann is going to feel horrible.
Well, the Redskins will have a chance to make amends. They get the ball first to open the second half.
They certainly do, and I expect Joe Gibbs to come out with what worked for him in the first half. They've gotten good running from Riggins, as we expected they would. 17 times, 58 yards, although he's only averaging 3.4 yards a carry, as opposed to the 4.1 he'd averaged in the 3 games prior. But that's still enough to create problems for Bill Arnsparger, and I think Riggins is forcing the Miami defense to a conscious level that's allowing for penetration of the Smurfs into the secondary. We'll see if it continues in the second half.
All right, it's been Miami's big plays. The long touchdown, 76 yards. Woodley to Cephalo, the 98-yard kickoff return to give them a 17-10 lead. The second half coming up. Teams are taking the field. We'll be back at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California. Super Bowl 17, second half coming up.
You know how to get at the facts.
Welcome to America, Mr.
You're a professional. You live, eat, and breathe information.
I really want to thank you for allowing us this interview.
But as good as you are, you can't do it alone.
Let's go. We got a deadline to meet.
You need good people and office automation from Digital. Digital Equipment Corporation makes office automation for professionals.
We need some more background.
For people who need all kinds of information from other people,
on French TV 2 years ago.
from other places, from other computers. With just one terminal on every desk, Digital brings every office automation function to everyone in the office.
Here's your cover.
The world's largest computer company doesn't do that.
We did it.
But the world's second largest does. Digital Equipment Corporation. Computers for professionals, from professionals.
In investments, as in life, the only thing you can be certain of is change. At Merrill Lynch, our unsurpassed resources enable our account executives to guide you towards investments that best complement the times. It is this awareness of changing economic conditions and our expertise in responding to them that can help you reach your financial goals. Talk to a Merrill Lynch account executive and understand why we are Merrill Lynch, a breed apart.
It used to be easy to build a sedan for the American family. Just build it big. Now it's got to be big and small. Front-wheel drive is a must. So is fuel efficiency. This is the latest variation on that theme, the Dodge 600. Well stocked with advanced technology, backed by a 550 protection plan. But we at Dodge took one extra technological step. We made the Dodge 600 affordable. These days, that seems to be the toughest engineering feat of all.
Get 11.9% financing on new 82 and 83 Dodge cars. Participating dealers have details.
From Pasadena, Super Bowl 17 is being brought to you by Merrill Lynch, whose ability to guide you through the intricacies of investing makes them a breed apart. By Mazda, who invites you to experience the all-new Mazda 626. And by Sharp Electronics Corporation. From sharp minds come sharp products. Dick Enberg and Merlin Olsen back at Pasadena's Rose Bowl. You saw David Woodley earlier. His longest pass in his career, 76 yards, comes in the Rose Bowl, and 76 of those passing yards that has Miami in front 17-10. Merlin Olsen.
Some interesting stats. Both quarterbacks throwing at very high completion rates, 4 of 6 for Woodley and 9 of 11 for Theismann. 16 minutes possession for Washington, 13 and over a half by the Dolphins. You can see the yardage very close by the two teams. Of course, turnover costly to the Dolphins early. But the big turn in that half, Dick, in special teams. We expected Washington special teams, in particular Mike Nelms, to be the dominant factor on special teams. It's been Fulton Walker and the good coverage, good blocking of Miami special teams that's really given them the edge in this first half.
Uwe von Schaman trying to squeeze a wrinkle in the ball as he'll root one off the tee. He's kicked it well into the end zone on his first half kicks. Mike Nelms in the end zone awaiting the return. Score by quarter for Miami.
And if you look at the third quarter of opponents, you'll see that only 10 points scored against them in the third quarter. That's halftime adjustments by Bill Arnsparger. Let's see what he has in mind for Washington.
Kick comes down short on the wing to Clarence Harmon, who gets it out to about the 28-yard line. So it appeared that von Schaman that time kicked the ball away from Mike Nelms. A flag is down as the tackle was made. Appears that it's going to go against Miami.
John Riggins, of course, dominant factor in the first half, and one of the reasons that he is such a dominant runner is that he makes a lot of yardage after the hit. Now, Riggins will find openings in the line, but his tremendous strength comes from what happens after he makes the first hit. Look at it right there. Over the top of two players, literally gets an extra 2.5, 3 yards after the initial contact. Riggins, the kind of runner that rarely ends up going backwards. A second shot. These from earlier action in the first half. You'll see Riggins spotting the hole. Great vision. Pulling right through the tackle of 58 Beaucamper over the top of two more men. That's the kind of running that brought Washington to this Super Bowl. We'll see if Riggins can continue it here in the second half.
5 yards on the face mask penalty on the tackle, so Washington begins at its 33-yard line, and it's Riggins with the first call. And they get him swinging outside, and as Merlin pointed out in the first half, then he becomes somewhat normal, and Larry Gordon able to ride him out of bounds with little or no gain.
If I were down there on the defensive line of scrimmage, I don't think I'd mind tackling John Riggins when he's going sideways. It's when he gets the shoulder square and heads upfield that he's dangerous. Let's look at it here. Good adjustment by number 50, Larry Gordon. Forces him wide. Schmal, is that McNeil, I guess, 28 coming up to finish the job. But that's the kind of play we saw last week against the Freeman McNeil of the Jets. They haven't been able to do it consistently here today.
Loss of about a half yard, and that's news when Riggins loses. Theismann to throw. Under pressure, Baumhauer has him at the 20-yard line. Third sack for the Killer Bee defense.
I've got to wonder, Dick, if maybe that hand injury to Keith Bostic isn't bothering his pass blocking. We talked about it earlier. There they are, right in the pits together. Number 53 and 73. Dewey coming in there to confuse the blocking. I believe it was a screen, though. It looked like a screen. They let them through. They must have knocked down the intended receiver. Theismann had nowhere to go. Gets sacked by number 73, Bob Baumhauer.
Third down and 20. Quinto in motion. Theismann needs big yardage. Incomplete. Over the middle. That's where Theismann likes to go. Intended for Charlie Brown. And McNeil and Blackwood, good coverage. And Miami will get the ball.
Seeing a great deal of motion by the backers as we see McNeil on the ground. McNeil up moving. Went down as a result of a hit.
Don McNeil, a talented cornerback. Let's see what happened to him.
Perhaps we can spot it here. Working on Charlie Brown one-on-one. Gives him a bump at the line of scrimmage. Reroutes him as they do so well. Dives over the top and gets hit by his own man. I believe that was Blackwood coming over the top, number 47.
Experience a new high-performance road car. Experience the 1983 Mazda 626 Sport Coupe. Experience its all-new 2-liter overhead cam engine, advanced front-wheel drive, and patented independent rear suspension. Mazda 626 outstanding performance sets it apart. Outstanding value puts it in class by itself. The more you look, the more you like the Mazda Experience.
This is an arcade game. This is the new Atari Super System. Arcade, Atari Super System. You may like the Super System better. It has some of the best arcade and sports games. It even does something no arcade game can.
Telephone! It's Judy!
It lets you freeze the action.
Hello, Judy.
The new 5200 Super System.
If your dealer's sold out, keep trying. We're making them as fast as we can.
Hey, ball guy, ball on this. The A-Team is coming, and we do mean business. Join the A-Team right after the Super Bowl on NBC.
Just 1 minute has been played in this third quarter. The Redskins, with the Baumhauer sack, forcing Theismann back. And on 4th down and 20, Hayes will kick from around his own 13-yard line. The Dolphins' dangerous return man is Tommy Vigorito at the 36.
Hayes has gotten off some excellent kicks on the day. That's well above his normal average. They're expecting the block here.
10 men on the line of scrimmage for Miami. Remember, they blocked the punt against the Jets last week. Short. Flags are down. Vigorito comes all the way to his 46-yard line to make the fair catch. Flag is thrown where you would expect a illegal man downfield, a man releasing too soon.
If that's the case, Dick, I think they'll refuse it because they got a great field position out of that short punt by Hayes.
If it's a hold against Miami, then the Redskins would get a first down. Jerry Mark Bright, the importance of the situation, making certain that his comrade has made the call and interpreting that call. Don McNeil injured.
Checking him, of course, worried about the concussion there. And if he were not able to come back into the field of play, that would be a serious blow to Bill Arnsparger's defense. McNeil capable of covering one-on-one, a very valuable member of that defensive team. But he's up and moving. Looks like he may be all right.
Well, he grabbed that helmet as if you were grabbing a lunch pail going to work. That's a major foul against the Dolphins for a chop block.
Illegal block below the waist. Number 41 on the run back. First down.
Fulton Walker, the man who was detected with a penalty, and it's a first down then for Miami at its 31-yard line. That was a 31-yard punt by Hayes.
Kind of a mixed bag for number 41, Fulton Walker, as you see him from the right side of your camera there, going at the legs of number 86, Didier. Clint Didier. Illegal block, 15-yard penalty against the Dolphins.
Well, 1 minute gone, third quarter. Miami with the ball for the first time in the second half, leading 17-10. Little trap block, and look at Franklin break through to the 41-yard line. A gain of about 10 before the last man, Mark Murphy and Rich Malott, can make the tackle.
Chance to watch some of the play down in the pits. You'll see the blocking to the outside here. Let's watch it. The ball, the trap by number 60, Taves, will be on the near side of your screen. Watch Taves just step out behind, gets a trap right there, opens the way for Andre Franklin. Some good blocking inside by Miami's offensive line. They clear the way, second and short.
1 yard to go for the first down. Tony Nathan spinning, and I don't believe he made the first down. Darrell Grant, right tackle, who had his dream come true. His first touchdown, college or pro, came last week against Dallas with that deflected ball by Manley. He gathered it in and ran 10 yards for the score.
We've been lucky with the rain so far, Dick, but looking out toward the mountains here, there are some clouds gathering and a little bit of darkness coming in. We may yet get a drop of rain on this beautiful day.
Third down, less than a yard. Woody Bennett joins Andre Franklin in the Miami backfield. And appeared to be a mix-up. It might even have been a fumble, or was that just the quarterback Woodley going over the top? Whatever, it's going to be close. They're marking it at the 41-yard line.
Let's go down and look at the line surge as we get a chance to watch Dave Butts, Darrell Grant, the rest of the troops on the inside. 57 Stevenson and Taves and Kuchenberg trying to make room for Woodley. They got some room, but that Redskin defense just swarming to the ball. They'll measure it. Very close. I believe they got it.
It is a first down for Miami. Defense against the run. Washington, one of the better teams in the league. Miami, the best in the league against the pass, 24th versus the run. But when you got those few yards as you were able to earn against that pass defense of Miami, you had to run it. You had no other choice.
People just simply electing to take the easier of the two evils. They were tough against the run, but much tougher against the pass.
First down by just a couple of inches. And Woodley on first down to throw. Good protection, and he's going long for Harris. No, he's out of bounds, juggling the ball. A fine try by Harris, who ran that deep out against Jarris White.
Watching Woodley in practice the other day, one of the problems that he has is doesn't quite have the timing on that throw. Accurate throw, but threw it just a little too far to keep the receiver in bounds. Although he was able to get one toe in, had he been able to drop the other toe, that would have been a good reception. Working one-on-one on Jarris White, number 45. They feel that if they can isolate him one-on-one, they can beat him.
Second and 10. The give is to Franklin. Miami hoping to catch Washington looking pass. Redskins read it well. Grant on the bottom of the pile. It'll be third down and 6 for Don Shula. 53 years of age. 20th year of coaching in the NFL. He has tied Tom Landry today. This is his 5th Super Bowl appearance.
One thing that Shula will not do is beat himself. He runs a low-risk offense. He usually has control of what's happening on the field, and when the tools are working for Shula, he's a mean signal caller.
3rd and 6 for Woodley. Under pressure. Down the middle to Rose. At the 40, incomplete. Had Rose caught that ball, that had touchdown written on it. He was behind everyone. Juris White was able to get up in front of his vision. Had that pass been in Rose's arms, that spelled trouble for Washington.
Perry Brooks, Dexter Manley, both getting pressure in there, but that pass came dangerously close to being a completion. Good play, and let's pat him on the back. Number 45, Juris White.
Tom Oros to punt for the Miami Dolphins. Punted just once in the first half for 42 yards. Nelms is back at the 15. Takes his time and delivers a short kick. Nelms, 25, 30, and up to the 36-yard line. So Oros with that extra time, and then hit a very short kick of just 30 yards. Nelms gets 11 back on the return, and the Redskins have decent field position.
Oros still suffering from a pulled groin. He got it when he was trying to kick off last week. Worried about Von Schaman. It's really affected his performance. Let's look at the hang time of that kick. He waits a little bit, but he just does not have the snap in that leg. Very short, very bad kick. That could be dangerous against the return man like Nelms.
You'd like to get over 4 on the hang time. Washington has the ball.
The airline that doesn't plan for the future may not have one. 5 years ago, Eastern saw the future in a remarkable aircraft. Now it's here. The new Boeing 757, the most advanced, most fuel-efficient commercial jet ever built. It's going to help Eastern hold down the cost of flying for years to come.
We earn our wings for you. We're Eastern, America's favorite way to fly.
Steady Eddie Barnes needs a double 8 to make him the best darn dart player in the county. Looks like a stroll-eyed night.
Looks like a stroll-eyed night. Looks like a stroll-eyed night. When things are going right. Looks like a stroll-eyed night. Looks like a stroll-eyed night.
Stroll Light, a great tasting beer that doesn't fill you up.
Looks like a stroll-eyed night. When good times come along.
The man, the adulteress, their passion, the price. A new presentation of the Emmy-winning saga begins Monday.
Line coach of the Redskins, the boss hog, they call him, Joe Bugel, and his big offensive line. The Hogs trying out, open the way for Riggins or protect for Theismann.
Joe Gibbs will call on that offensive line now. That's Papa Hog, number 74. You see the size of that big line. Boy, they'll grind you up. That's what they'd like to do to Miami's line right now.
They start from their 36-yard line. Theismann screens it to Warren, the tight end. 40, and he's out to the 43. Well disguised by Theismann. The Dolphins thought they had him. And Theismann at the last minute dumped it off to his tight end. 7-yard gain. Brzezinski made the tackle.
We've talked about the quickness of Stevenson, the center for Miami. Jeff Bostic out to lead that screen, doing a great job in the middle for the Redskins, although he has had trouble one-on-one against Baumhauer. But he and Dean out to lead that 7.5, 8-yard gain on the little screen pass.
He has the first down at the 47. There have been some great nicknames in football, Merlin. You played on McPherson, Forsum, and the Doomsday defense. Hogs not exactly up with the rest, but they have their identity, and they're proud of it.
Let's look at George Stark on the far side, number 74. He'll just come right off the line and freeze Betters, number 75. All you need is a standoff. When you got a runner like Riggins, you just need to stop those defensive linemen. Riggins will come up in there, and then they can't stop him before he makes a good game. That's a dynamite combination. A big, strong offensive line coming off in zone blocking, and a runner like John Riggins.
First down from the Redskin 47. Here's a reverse. Alvin Garrett, he's got running room. 40, One man to beat. Small gets him out of bounds at the 10-yard line. 43 yards for Alvin Garrett.
Just a great play. Great call by Gibbs. Reverse to Alvin Garrett. They're going to take the ball first to the outside and then bring it back across. The critical block thrown by Grimm, number 68. And you'll see it on the right-hand side of your screen now. On Larry Gordon, right there. Grimm bumped him out of the way, opened the way for Garrett.
And first and goal from the 9. That was a 44-yard reverse run then by Garrett. So from the 9, Riggins hit by Roan after short yardage. It'll be second and goal, and in come the extra receivers sent in by Joe Gibbs. He'll bring out Riggins and the running crew, and now second and goal from inside the 8. He looks for pass.
The tough thing that does to you, you have to change your thinking defensively. You really have to shift gears. You go from a power running situation to a scat pass and a passing situation.
The Redskins clamoring for a tying touchdown. Second and goal. Theismann to Warren, hit immediately at about the 3-yard line. Roan and Glenn Blackwood made the tackle.
What a great catch by Don Warren, number 85. We said earlier he has become a very fine receiver during this season. Watch him adjust to the football. A great job of just getting his hands on it as the ball was thrown behind him, and then hanging onto the football as he takes a double pop from Ernest Roan, 55, and 47, Glenn Blackwood.
Third and goal at the 3-yard line. Theismann, incomplete to Alvin Garrett, and he's calling for a penalty, no flag. Similar to the touchdown scored by the Redskins with 2 minutes remaining in the first half.
Exactly the same play. They threw it just like they did before. I think thinking that McNeil may still be a little woozy from that shot he took to the head. The ball's in the air already, but McNeil spots the football, adjusts to it comfortably. The ball just over the hands of Garrett as he leaped into the air. Ooh, almost a successful replay of the scoring toss earlier.
20-yard attempt by Mosley. It is good. So both Von Schaman and Mosley get the short 20-yard field goals. And with a timeout, 8 minutes and 9 seconds left in the third quarter. The score is now Miami 17, the Redskins 13.
When you burn the candle at both ends, there's a vitamin just for you. New advanced formula stress tabs, now with biotin. A vitamin not found in other stress formulas. A vitamin essential to help convert food to energy. When you burn the candle at both ends, support your diet with new advanced formula stress tabs with biotin, the official stress formula vitamin of the 1984 Winter Olympics.
This is the small pickup, Ford's Ranger, that's making a big name for itself. Already the best-selling 4-cylinder pickup built in America, Ranger now has the most powerful V6 engine in any small pickup. More horsepower and torque than Chevy's S10 or any import truck in its class. And Ranger packs a bigger payload than Chevy's S10. What's in a name? A big new V6 engine, the most powerful in any small pickup.
Now, Ford sponsors 11.9% financing on all of today's Ford light trucks.
Come watch me take on the British champion George Feeney on February 6th in beautiful Italy, here on NBC Sports World.
Plus the World Pro Figure Skating Championship featuring Linda Fradiani and Dorothy Hamill, only on NBC Sports World.
Mr. T, he's on the A-team. He looks like he's ready to go after somebody. That's after our Super Bowl coverage tonight on NBC. New series, 8 o'clock Eastern Time, 7 o'clock Central Time. I don't know. I'd like to match him up against you.
Looks like he might fit in with the Hogs down there. He could get right in and root with them.
Well, if they score victory based on jewelry, he's got himself a championship already. Jeff Hayes to kick it off. Fulton Walker with 23 yards would set a new Super Bowl record, but he won't get the ball. It's Lyle Blackwood on the short kick, and after the bobble returns to the 28-yard line. Now, the Redskins, without question, kicking away from Fulton Walker, who had both a 42 and a record 98-yard return in the first half. 17-13. The Dolphins of Don Shula lead as Shula goes for his third consecutive Super Bowl win, losing his first two. That memorable Super Bowl III when he lost to the Jets, and then he lost his first against Dallas as the Miami coach, then winning against these Redskins 10 years ago and winning again the following year. So he's 2-2. Little draw to Nathan. Read well by Darrell Grant, who drops him in his tracks.
Number 77, Darrell Grant, got into this lineup because of an injury to Perry Brooks, who we've seen just returned from an operation on his knee. But Darrell Grant's done a fine job, of course, will be remembered for that fantastic run that he made last week into the end zone, setting off a celebration and RFK that could probably still be heard echoing back in Washington.
Rich Diana into the ball game. Number 33, a rookie at running back. 2nd and 10. Woodley knocked down by Jarris White. Nicely done by White. Took it right out of the hands of Duriel Harris.
Jarris White doing a good job of cutting across. Grab your helmet, take it down on the field, give you the feel of the game as Duriel Harris will be coming right into your lap. Watch Jarris White react to the football. The ball thrown a fraction late, and Duriel had to wait for it. Jarris White able to react to the ball, get there in time to cut it off. Had Woodley cut it loose a second earlier, would have been a completion.
Out of the shotgun, 3rd and 10. Vigorito in motion. And deflected, incomplete. Intended for Vigorito, knocked away nicely by Tony Peters. And the Redskin fans have something to cheer about.
David Woodley had been throwing the ball very well, extremely well. A couple of passes right there that were not thrown well. The first thrown late, he hitched on the second ball, sensing the coverage. I think had he thrown it properly, he might have been able to complete the second one as well.
Horace to kick. The dangerous Nelms back at the 30-yard line. Mark Denard, no, it's Kuchenberg snapping the ball.
He stopped. He thought they're coming after it, and they are.
Another bad kick. Nelms at the 35, 40, 45, and he's to the 47-yard line. Paul Langford made the tackle. 35-yard kick, 11-yard return. The Redskins trail by only 4, and they'll set up in excellent field position.
Dusty deserts of Baja, through the sound barrier, the Budweiser racing teams always play to win. This Bud's for you.
I'm Alexa Hamilton, but when I play the Invisible Woman 2 weeks from tonight on NBC, I'll look like this. The Invisible Woman. You won't believe your eyes.
The Musco portable sports lights, over 450,000 watts of lighting power. They've come on as the sun has set here. The Rose Bowl, 5 banks of lights mounted atop 150-foot cranes. They fold up to be completely portable, helping us to enjoy even a better television picture. Dolphin defense watches Washington break huddle at its 47-yard line. Washington has moved the ball effectively against the top-rated defense in the NFL. Riggins and enough fake reverse, and Riggins keeps it and did not fool Bob Brzezinski, who made a solid tackle at the 49, a gain of 2.
Good play by Brzezinski. He plays the run as well as any linebacker in the game and is gradually adjusting to playing the pass, but usually is out of the lineup for sure passing downs. Riggins again being pushed toward the sideline, not nearly as effective when he's not headed upfield.
And looking for a little extraterrestrial support. 2nd down and 8, Redskins at midfield. Riggins attracts another crowd led by Ernest Roan. Also in on the play, number 58, Jim Bocamper. 3rd down, so the Redskins bring in Harmon and Giaquinto. Walker and Riggins go out.
Let's look at Joe Jacoby, number 66, 295 pounds, 6'7", again working to try and neutralize number 58, Bocamper. Had his head down on that play, and you saw Bocamper slip off the block, but you saw the tremendous power of Joe Jacoby. Had he been able to keep his head up, he would have taken Bocamper downfield 5 yards.
3rd and a long 5 for Theismann. Incomplete to Charlie Brown. Don McNeil, good coverage. Had Brown caught it, McNeil was right there anyway. So Theismann and the Redskins are stopped at the 50-yard line, and Jeff Hayes comes in. Theismann, who entered Notre Dame as one of 14 quarterbacks.
Charlie Brown, 87, comes in motion, turns around, comes out the other way. McNeil keeping track of it. Now he fakes to the inside, rolls outside, but you saw the feet slip out from underneath him. That's a timing pattern, and that little slip cost him the reception.
Hayes to kick, Figueredo back at the 10. Hayes has rooted it out well. Figueredo at the 6. 10. And he returns to the 18-yard line. A gain of about 12 on the punt return. Hayes has hit the ball well, 42 yards on that punt. Timeout. 5.5 minutes are left in the 3rd quarter of this Super Bowl.
Presenting 3 cars you can actually fall in love with. Dodge Shelby Charger. Your heart will beat faster for $82.90. Dodge 600 ES, a high-tech sports sedan at $93.72. Dodge 400 convertible for just $99.95. We'll give you the sun. We've also got a way to protect something you love. Dodge's 550 protection plan. A little love and something to protect it at your Dodge dealer.
Get 11.9% financing on new 82 and 83 Dodge cars. Participating dealers have details.
If you want a typewriter that erases, you can get the Selectric or the Xerox 620 memory writer. If you also want to set columns automatically, you can use one of their older electronics or the memory writer. If you also want to store pages of text, you can get one of their new models or the memory writer. But if you also want a display to make revisions and correct errors before they get on paper, you can only get the 620 memory writer from Xerox.
Listen up. The A-team is looking for a few bad men. If you think you're tough enough, see us around the Super Bowl.
The A-team tonight.
Good ship Columbia high over the Rose Bowl, helping us enjoy this Super Bowl coverage. Boy, the weatherman was so kind.
Oh, we were lucky.
You considered how hard it rained and how hard they were forecasting possible rain for today. Skies have cleared, and for the athletes, they could not have had a better football day. Fans as well. Crowd pulling on the sweaters and jackets now as the sun is set. Miami begins from its 18, leading 17-13, 5.5 minutes remaining in the 3rd quarter. Andra Franklin to about the 23, a gain of 5. Behind the block of Bob Kuchenberg, number 67, the veteran for the Miami Dolphins.
Let's go in and look at Bob Kuchenberg. Right here in the middle of your screen, number 67. He'll just be blowing out on this play. Kuchenberg, a very active and aggressive guard, has been a good player for many, many years. He's working on Darrell Grant, 77. Knocked Grant back, able to able to do a good job there.
Yeah, 35 years of age, 13 years. He's been in every playoff for Miami, all 3 of their Super Bowls. And a good Redskin read on Franklin as Grant that time, along with Manley, stopped the fullback of the Dolphins after just a short gain at the 24, bringing up 3rd down and 4.
Richie Pettibone has certainly done a great job with this Redskin defense. They're very aggressive, and when you look at all the changes he has made and all the new people that have been put into that defense, they have had a year that has to go down in the record books, Rick.
They only have 17 men back in the team 2 years ago. Totally rebuilt it under Bobby Bethune, the general manager. Out of the shotgun, 3rd and 4. Going long. Too long. Dorial Harris covered well by Vernon Dean, and Miami's going to get it back.
Mark Murphy faked the blitz, coming all the way from his safety position to the line. He forced the audible by David Woodley and then dropped back into coverage. Woodley, assuming it was a blitz, had gone to the pattern one-on-one, but he didn't get that kind of coverage, ended up overthrowing the ball.
So Nelms drops back to his 35, anticipating the kick from number 3, Tom Orris. Nelms from Baylor, went to the Canadian League. Now back to his 29, 35. Look at the balance. Still on his feet to the 37, maybe the 38-yard line. Joe Gibbs has said about Nelms, he's never seen a man with greater hands that in practice he'll actually catch the ball like a baseball player behind his back and still field it cleanly.
Well, I asked Richie Pettibone, he's listed as a second defensive back, and I said, why don't you have that guy on the field? He said, well, we did for a while. We put him out there, but he hit so hard that he hurt his shoulders, and he said we couldn't afford to have him off the special teams, so we had to ease up on him, couldn't let him play defense.
Now you can see how hard he was hitting carrying the ball. 47-yard kick by Orris, a 10-yard return, trailing by 4 points. Washington with the ball at its 38. Theismann over the middle, intercepted by Dewey. A.J. Dewey, that's 4 for him in the last 2 weeks. And the Miami fans chant Dewey. It almost sounds like a booing.
We had not heard a lot of A.J. Dewey this first half and early in the second half, but he makes his presence felt here. His height, he's about 6'5", gave him an advantage here. There he is right in the center of your picture. He's been moving around trying to confuse the blocking on the line. Reads the pass. Now watch him go up in the air. Great reaction to the ball. Batted it. Looks much like the one he carried in last week. Big play by Dewey.
Don Warren was the intended receiver, and he was open downfield, but Dewey, in 6 years, had only 2 interceptions, and he has 4 in the last 2 weeks. So from the 48 with the first turnover, Woodley going deep for Cephalo. Almost took it away from the Redskin, Juris White, who had coverage on him. Cephalo timing his leap, a flag down. Someone appeared to be offside.
Appeared to Dexter Manley had stepped off before the snap, but what a great play by Cephalo. Timed it perfectly and went up. Let's take a quick peek at the line of scrimmage. The top of your screen, you just see the hand. Dexter Manley eager to get to the quarterback. Just moved far enough.
Offside.
Head over the helmet.
Number 72, defense. First down.
So Manley from Oklahoma State, who has been outspoken about his predictions in this game, a 1983 version of Joe Namath.
They say he gets better every play. He has really come on this season. Great speed. He can run a 4.5, 4.600 for a man that size. That's tremendous.
First down and 5. Woodley. Out of bounds and taking that one giant step to gain another yard. Does Woodley? Juris White bumped him out. Close to a first down for Woodley on the scramble.
Woodley wanting to throw that football, elected to run, and a fascinating play on the sideline. It looked like he was out. He realized he had to get more for a possible first down and lunged with that final step. Got very close to the marker. In fact, they're going to measure it.
Time remaining, 3:35, third quarter.
Don Shula would love to be able to control the football, get some more points on the board here. It is a first down as Woodley was able to steal an extra 1.5 yards with that giant step. Don Strock standing behind Shula. Been Shula's ace in the hole for a long time. And one of the things that Shula says about Strock, not only is he willing to play, but he's also a great help on the sideline. Let's watch the play by Woodley, though. Woodley, a great runner. Perhaps as fast as any player on the team. Now watch him as he goes to the sideline, jumps over the top. Now the step. Smart football.
At another 1.5 yards in the first down. It's been Woodley throughout the playoffs, all 4 games. Strock has not taken a snap other than to hold on conversions and field goals. Franklin is hit hard at the line of scrimmage by Dave Butts, and when you run into the 295-pound Butts, you often don't move anywhere but back.
Dave Butts has been a pillar of strength for these Redskins all year. Reads the run, reacts about as well as any man in football. Watch him here. He just slips by Taves. No chance for Taves there as Butts is in the backfield. Actually did not wrap his hands on Franklin, but hit Franklin so hard that Andre had nowhere to go.
Lost a yard, 2nd down, 11. Butts, a 7E width on his shoe. He could stamp out small brush fires with those feet. Woodley to Cephalo. Intercepted by the Redskins. Murphy at the 5-yard line. Murphy, who had 2 during the course of the year and led the Redskins with 7 last season.
Mark Murphy has a way of being in the right place at the right time. You saw the congratulations from Pettibone on this sideline, from his defensive teammates. Chance for you to watch number 29 in action. Quick read on the play, but it's his alertness to the bouncing ball that gives him the interception here. Ball hit right there by both the receiver and the defender, but what a great athletic maneuver by number 29, Mark Murphy.
Vernon Dean was the man who made the play. Riggins, he was staggering forward, and when he went down, there wasn't a Miami uniform between Riggins and the goal line.
Let's go back to that earlier play and watch Vernon Dean, number 32, one-on-one in coverage with Cephalo. Cephalo turns him around. Dean covers tremendous ground to get back and bounce that football. And again, the great interception by Murphy.
Riggins 9 yards on the first down carry, 2nd and 1. 17-13 Miami leading Washington with 2 minutes left in the 3rd quarter, and there's the first down for the Redskins as Riggins powers straight ahead. Ernest Roan made the hit.
Talking to the 2 Blackwood brothers who never shy away from a little physical action, I asked them about whether they were thinking about tackling John Riggins. They said, that's the kind of thing you don't think about. You just go up there and do it.
No, if you think, you might become sensible.
So you might not even go up there, Dick.
You might say, take me out.
Yeah.
Redskins send Walker, the tight end, way out to the right. Now the other tight end, Warren, moves to anchor the line, and they bring Brown in motion. Theismann batted in the air. Almost a touchdown for Kim Bocamper. Oh, my.
Joe Theismann playing defensive back on his own pass as it was batted into the air. Bocamper, a former linebacker, now playing in the defensive line at defensive end, has had a tough day today. But watch him here as he almost comes with a big play. Theismann cannot get the pass off. Rolls back against the grain. The batted ball there. Now watch Theismann go up and knock it out of the hands of Kim Bocamper. And Bocamper said, it was my touchdown.
Great play by Theismann. As it appeared, Bocamper indeed had 6. Zonka said when they first signed Bocamper that he'd make a good fullback, and he was trying to do just that then. Look at this play. Clarence Harmon has a first down at the 30-yard line. That was the Redskins' 30th rushing play of this game. And look what they do when they run the ball 30 times. They're 21-2 in the last 30, 0-7 rushing under. Of course, if you're losing a game, you aren't going to run it as much as throw it. But if you believe in that statistic, then there's high hopes for the Redskins faithful.
Unfortunately, if you look at the scoreboard, they're still down by 4. They'd love to turn this drive into points.
They began back at the 5 on the Murphy interception. First down at the 30. Riggins Right into Baumhauer's breast. Maybe a yard gain. Baumhauer, who has a parrot, Ralph, said, does he talk? He said, yeah, he talks blue streak, but it's all in Spanish. He says, I've got to take a course so I can understand what he's saying to me.
Chance to look at the action in the pits as Baumhauer manhandles Keith Bostic, number 53, stands him up, and then takes Riggins on. That's a tremendous play by the nose tackle, Bob Baumhauer.
Riggins still got almost 2. Flanker screen to Brown, and he's out of bounds at the 36. It'll be 3rd down and about 4 as Theismann looks at the clock, and that is the end of the 3rd quarter here in Pasadena, California. 15 minutes to go. Miami leading by 4.
I'll tell you what it's like to be a correspondent for NBC News. In the last year, I've been to Beirut, Israel, Iran, Saudi Arabia, London, Paris, Rome, and Cairo. Because we know to bring the story home, we have to go where the news is. At NBC News, we believe one picture is worth 1,000 miles.
1983 is starting off right. And right now, Ford sponsors 11.9% financing on today's new Ford cars and light trucks. 11.9%. More good news. 82 model owners rated Ford quality better than any other American car company. Great cars, great trucks, 11.9% financing. What a great way to start the year. Have you driven a Ford lately?
When you see what's on the card at a lot of places in Atlantic City, it may seem pretty hit and miss.
It's not that way at the Sands when Frank the Animal Fletcher puts his USBA championship and world title shot on the line against the KO power of 8th-ranked Wilfred Scipion. Be there February 13th, because when it comes to boxing at the Sands, we don't play game.
Does your car knock and ping as if it wants premium gasoline? Maybe all it really needs is Exxon Unleaded Regular. We recommend it before you buy premium. Often it can silence knock that other unleaded regulars may not. But then, if you still need more octane, try Exxon Extra Unleaded. Listen to your engine. It may not be asking for premium. Maybe it really wants Exxon. Quality you can count on.
In Philadelphia, this is Channel 3, KYW-TV.
Giant Jewel, the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, Super Bowl 17, being brought to you by Chevrolet. Chevrolet is USA 1, and USA 1 is taking charge. By Digital Equipment Corporation, computers for professionals from professionals. And by Miller High Life, the best beer for the best time of the day. Welcome to Miller Time. Second largest crowd in Super Bowl history, 103,667. The other, of course, also a Rose Bowl crowd for Super Bowl 14 when Pittsburgh defeated the Los Angeles Rams. 103,667 settling in 4th quarter. Miami 17, Washington 13. The Redskins a critical 3rd down and 4. They have the first down and more. Don Warren to the 46-yard line. And Warren injured an ankle in the process.
Warren down on the field. That would be a loss. He certainly has played well. A quick look at ground level. That pass that picked up the first down, as you see the pain that Don Warren's in. A lot of shifting going on by the offense for the Washington Redskins. Giaquinta right there, number 30, coming out. But watch Warren, just finds a little opening in the zone right there. Blackwood, Lyle Blackwood, 42, coming up. 40, Mike Kozlowski coming over. But they could not get there in time to knock the ball away.
So 15 seconds into the 4th quarter, we'll take this break.
We are USA 1. And number 1 is taking charge in high-technology transportation. With new generation Chevrolets like Celebrity. Taking charge in production techniques. With the new high-compression electronic fuel-injected Cavalier. And taking over the streets. With the electrifying Camaro, Chevrolet, America's sales leader, is taking it all to the limit. USA 1 is taking charge.
Mattel Electronics would like to...
Listen, television. How come all you ever talk about are sports games?
Sorry?
And television now has games like the arcade.
I know.
Rock and Chase.
Absolutely.
Tron Deadly Death. Excellent.
Right.
Night Stalker. Awesome robot.
Oh, glad you like them.
Sorry, I can't hang around here. I'm going home to play my Intellivision.
Who was that kid?
The showcase for the biggest bouts in boxing is NBC Sports World.
Come watch me take on the British champion George Feeney on February 6th in beautiful Italy, here on NBC Sports World.
Don Shula, the fourth winningest coach in NFL history. Callis, Lambeau, and Landry, the other three in front of him. Joe Gibbs, in his second year, the NFL Coach of the Year. Riggins, helping Gibbs to be a very successful coach, crosses midfield. He's short of the first down at the 46 of Miami. The Redskins using a lot of motion on their offense.
Dick, maybe we can show you one of the reasons that they're doing it. Now watch Brown at the top of your screen. Charlie Brown's going to come inside, and then he'll turn around and go back against the grain. He's forcing changes in the defense, forcing the Miami defense to call new signals, change their defense. Now let's look at it again, a different kind of motion. Warren coming across and lining up. Now you'll see another tight end right there, Rick Walker going in motion. All of those moves force changes for Miami's defense.
Riggins slashing off right tackle, and I believe he has the first down. He needed to get only to the 44-yard line. Don Warren working on his ankle. Appears to be okay. He's been replaced by Clint Didier, who at Portland State was the top receiver for Neil Lomax, the successful young quarterback of the St. Louis Cardinals. First down for Washington.
The assistant head coach to Joe Gibbs, a man by the name of Dan Hennings, spent some time on Shula's staff in Miami. And I'm sure he's had quite an input into the game plan today. I'm sure he knows the kind of signals that Arnsparger calls and when they're called. And I think all of the movement, all of the motion has been designed to work on those signals, to complicate Arnsparger's own plan.
Here's a flea flicker. Theismann going deep for Garrett. Intercepted right at the goal line by Lyle Blackwood. Now they'll see. They're going to mark it at the 1-yard line. Well, you couldn't get a better kick than that. But Blackwood picks off the second Theismann pass. And for the Dolphins, who led the league in interceptions this year, they've got now some 14 interceptions in the playoffs.
One of the things that you must respect this Miami defense for is the fact that they are rarely fooled on that kind of play. Charlie Brown, number 87, blazing down the field, but the defense had read the play perfectly. They get a little bump right there from Gerald Small, 48. He could have been called for that. But it's Lyle Blackwood, number 42, who leaps in the air, does a beautiful job coming down, and even though he goes into the end zone, they'll mark it at the point that he caught the football.
Now Riggins with a concentration on him. Theismann had to hurry, and the double coverage downfield on Garrett. Theismann got gun and looking for that go-ahead score, so it remains 17-13 Miami. Turnovers are even. The Dolphins' Woodley has not completed a pass this second half. Gives to Franklin, and he gets only a yard or two. Mark Murphy coming up to support the defensive line with the tackles.
And Dick, the kind of football that we expected to see throughout this game has really materialized here in the second half. The score relatively high in the first half, but not much here in the second half.
Well, the Redskins, no question, have moved the ball more effectively, although they still trail. Remember, they were stopped at the 8-yard line when they did not have a timeout, and were so very close to at least a field goal. And here in this third quarter dominated the play, and Woodley has the one big pass, and that's been the difference. Otherwise, 3rd and 11 and not much at all. Franklin gets only to the 4-yard line. 3rd down and 6.
And something should be said about the kind of plays called for Woodley. Shula has not asked him to throw the ball. Dave Butts having a great game for Washington, coming off the ball. That's Stevenson trying to move him, but Stevenson no match for the 295-pound Butts, who uses Stevenson to fill the hole.
Woodley with less than 100 yards passing, and he got 76 of those early in the game. A touchdown pass to Jimmy Cephalo. Other than that, the Redskins have all but shut him out. 3rd down and 6. Do you gamble with a pass? Yes, from his own end zone. Now goes deep into double coverage, and no flag. Nat Moore running into double coverage of White and Murphy, and they timed their hit apparently at exactly the right time. Woodley again in a slump the second half.
Woodley being given a lot of time to throw the football here. Washington elected to go with the 4-man rush, drop everyone back. They got good double coverage, but Woodley almost snuck this pass over the top. Butts getting double teamed at the line of scrimmage. They didn't want him to get a piece of it. Stevenson coming over to help. They finally knocked him on the ground.
Tom Oros deep in his own end zone to take the snap from Kuchenberg. Nelms back at the 45 of Miami. Oros, a good kick. Nelms at the 45. 40. And flags down as Nelms is tackled at the 37-yard line. Clarence Harmon appeared to hit someone from behind. 41-yard kick by Oros. Remember, he had the big kick last week from deep in his own end after having a rough day. His longest kick came when Miami needed it most.
But you see him testing his leg, and I'm sure that groin pull is still bothering him. And of course he did that because he was asked to kick. They told him, you got to get ready, you may have to kick off. Interesting, Dick, he said he would like to have kicked off straight ahead, but it'd been so long since he'd locked his ankle that he had to kick soccer style, and that was what created the problem.
Illegal block, number 38 on the return. First down. Timeout.
That's a penalty we've seen so much of during the course of this past year on a kick return, using the hands above the waist from behind. We have a break, 17-13 Miami.
Eastern Airlines presents a flight of imagination to Walt Disney World Epcot Center. On an Eastern Super 7 vacation, a week here without airfare is as little as $156, including hotel, car, and more. How can we do this? Why, as the official airline of Walt Disney World, we can work a little magic of our own.
Fly Eastern, America's favorite way to fly.
We are USA 1, and proving it in Chevy Cavalier with more power from a new high-compression 2-liter engine with electronic fuel injection. Cavalier has it. Accord doesn't. Corolla doesn't. Sentra doesn't. Cavalier has new lower prices for '83, plus a full line of models, including one the leading imports don't even offer. Chevy Cavalier, from America's sales leader. USA 1 is taking charge.
Redskins, instead of starting at the 36 of Miami after the 10-yard penalty, will begin from their own 48. They trail by 4, Merlin Olsen, and of course gave up an easy 3 at the end of the first half. Riggins, meanwhile, is approaching the 100-yard mark, and he's going to be close with that run to the Miami 45-yard line.
In Washington, when he runs the football, they blow a diesel truck horn. They call him the Diesel. Well, he's earned that kind of respect from this Miami defense today as he stacks up 100 yards in rushing.
100 yards for Riggins, only the second man to run against that Miami defense for 100 yards. The other was Mark Van Egan for New England in that snowplow game. Riggins again gets the call. So 4 consecutive games of these playoffs, he's run for 119, 185, 140, and Riggins over 100 yards again today. No one's ever done that.
In spite of all that rushing yardage, Dick, they need some more points. They're still down by 4, and we have to look back at the pass that was completed at the end of the first half. A pass that cost Joe Theismann and the Redskins a chance for a sure 3 points, or a relatively sure 3 points.
3rd down and 2. Riggins out, Harmon in. They give it to Harmon, and he slams forward. Second effort. That's going to be close to a first down. Kind of a startling statistic. When Riggins just ran for 100 yards today, that's the first time an NFC runner has run for 100 yards in a Super Bowl game. Baumhauer was the man to make the tackle, and they're going to measure for a first down.
I don't believe they're going to measure. They're simply going to say it's going to be a fourth down, and they'll put in the big man as Coach Joe Gibbs elects to gamble here. He's going to go for his first down. There they go. Otis Wansley, 39, comes in to block. 3 tight ends in the game. Walker, Didier, Warren. The power back, Riggins. Got enough horses to pull a wagon in there, Dick.
Ball is at the 42 of Miami, so this could be a play they talk about during the offseason. If Miami stops the Redskins, they've forsaken the punt to try to pin Miami deep. They're going for the first down. And the Dolphins call timeout. Now, after seeing their honest intent to go for the first down, Bill Arnsparger wants to talk it over with his defensive unit. Gives us a chance to remind you a small company from a small town, the Musco Lighting Company from Oskaloosa, Iowa, has done a superb lighting job here today at the Super Bowl.
Best beer for the best time of the day. Miller High Life.
Have you seen what just hit town?
That's that new engine, isn't it? Look at this. Shaft drive.
Is it fast?
About a 12.2 quarter mile.
That'll blow away most 750s.
Okay, guys, whose is it?
The new Nighthawk from Honda.
Wish it was mine.
But it isn't, is it?
Is it yours?
Uh-huh. Wait till Jake hears about this.
The man, the adulteress, their passion, the price. A new presentation of the Emmy-winning saga begins Monday.
4th down and inches. We pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC television network.
This is KYW TV3 in Philadelphia.
Like a couple of expectant fathers, Shula pacing the sidelines, Gibbs irritated.
There's Bill Arnsparger. Of course, he's made his defensive call. Let's see who'll win this battle of strategy.
Riggins. He's going to go all the way unless Blackwood can catch him, and he can't.
What a tremendous play. But the key to this play was motion. The motion man coming across and turning around. Don McNeil, cornerback, running with him, slipped and fell. His responsibility to get back to the outside to contain Riggins. He could not get there until the last second. Riggins ran through an arm tackle and carried it all the way into the end zone.
John Riggins, the 7th man to run for over 100 yards in the Super Bowl, the first from the National Conference, and he caps it off with a 42-yard touchdown on a 4th and inches. And now the try for point by Mosley.
Let's see if we can see McNeil slip. Now he'll be coming across at the bottom of your picture. There, whoops. There he is right there. He's coming back into your picture. He got back late and just barely got his arms around the waist of John Riggins. You can't tackle Riggins high, and you can't tackle him with just arms. You've got to get some bodies on top of him. Watch him run right through this tackle and on into the end zone.
So the star of these playoffs, Jack Kent Cooke, isn't the only one who loves Riggins. The entire nation's capital in a love affair with that man who has now given Washington the lead for the first time today.
Chevy trucks are taking charge with the all-new S10 Blazer, available with the revolutionary InstaTrack four-wheel drive system. Shift from freewheeling two-wheel drive to four-wheel drive high and back at any speed. InstaTrack. Chevy's got it. Ford doesn't. Datsun doesn't. Toyota doesn't. Chevy S10 Blazer from America's truck sales leader. Tough Chevy trucks are taking charge.
9-9.
The battle between the chef and the baker has been going on for centuries, until the Sharp Carousel convection microwave oven brought them together. As a microwave, it's better for fish and casseroles. As a convection oven, it's better for cakes and pies. And the Sharp Carousel turns the food so you don't have to. The Sharp Carousel convection microwave oven. We replaced 500,000 transistors and diodes with one tiny chip, Sharp.
Jeannie Francis, Jennifer O'Neill, an all-star cast. The love of power, the power of love. Their Essence, premiering February 15th.
The Redskins lead by 3. Bolton Walker, he returned one, 98 yards. He's at the 9. He's not going to go far this time. The Redskins stop him at the 22 and steal the ball in the process. But Charles McDaniel going into the end zone, but the ball was whistled dead back at the 22-yard line.
Dick, let's go back to that play and watch Don McNeil as he comes across right here in the middle of your picture. Now watch what happens to him when the motion man turns to go the other way. Look what happens to McNeil. Now McNeil gets up off the ground and is quick enough to get back into the play, but only to get a handful of Riggins, and that's not enough.
That's the completion of the longest touchdown run in Super Bowl history, 43 yards. Not the longest run. Tom Maddie went 58 yards in Super Bowl III, but not for a touchdown. Riggins gassing up on the sidelines with 0-2, and now it's Miami. Franklin climbing ahead to the 25-yard line. Neil Olkowitz on his 27th birthday. The middle linebacker, number 52, to make the tackle.
And now the pressure even more shifted to the shoulders of the big men in the pits. Miami will try and hammer it out. You've got to look for Shula to try and make Washington respect the run again. Try and hit the ball deep, but they have not had success with the passing game here in the second half.
That's an understatement. Berlin Woodley has been shut out in the second half. A reverse to Harris. And he has some blockers, but no one got number 55, Kaufman, and he throws him down at the 26-yard line. Mel Kaufman, 2 Dolphins ran by him, and Harris gains only a couple.
4 substitutions into the game as they anticipate pass by the Miami offense. Mel Kaufman coming off. He'll be replaced by Monty Coleman, number 51. Kaufman reacting quickly to that reverse. Got outside, missed the tackle, but had plenty of help from his friends to keep it from getting away from him.
One of some 28 free agents on this Redskin team. Kaufman, 3rd and 5, Miami. Incomplete. A flag is down. We'll see if the Redskins were offside. Cephallo, the intended receiver.
An all-out blitz as Mark Murphy screeched to the inside, but the penalty is against the Miami Dolphins. They'll refuse it. They'll force them to punt the ball away.
Redskins have dominated the second half, and they have held Miami's offense to only 30 yards and lead 20-17, and they're about to get the ball back.
Jarris White over to say no, we don't want it.
Number 60, offense. 3rd down again.
3rd down.
Took the penalty?
No, they didn't have a choice.
Oh, that's right.
False start. The play was whistled in.
I was looking away up here. I was saying, wait a minute. But they don't have a choice on that one.
So 3rd down and a long 10. Woodley is 0 for 7 in the second half. Out of the shotgun. For Harris, incomplete. Harris had trouble with his footing, and he hasn't gotten up yet out the 47-yard line.
I think he's all right, but he took a shot there. Woodley trying to loft the ball over the top. A pattern that sent Harris downfield and then cut back to the sideline. And Orris is going to try and kick it away. He has not been able to kick the ball well today, Dick.
Nelms is back at the 40. 8 minutes and 58 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Still a field goal game, but the Redskins certainly not only have momentum, but have dominated. Orris takes his time and then sends a short kick anyway to Nelms. 50, 45, he's all the way to the Miami 41-yard line. That's a new Super Bowl record for Nelms, his 6th punt return. And Don Strock, he has not played in the playoffs for Miami during the course of the year. The cry in the Orange Bowl was Wood Strock. If Woodley couldn't do it, Strock often did.
Shula has complete confidence in him, and of course this game is made to order for him. It's become a passing game for Miami. They're not winning the battle in the pits. They're going to have to go to the air.
First they have to stop Riggins. And it seems that Riggins is a better runner in the fourth quarter as he wears down the defenses with those charges. Gordon made the tackle, but not until Riggins added another 6 yards to his total.
He amazes me, Dick. Those are not young legs. He just keeps charging.
33-year-old John Riggins, the Kansas farmer. 2nd and 4, clock running to the 8:20 mark. The Redskins leading for the first time in the game, 20-17. Riggins again.
Ooh.
Burrowing for what appears to be close to another first down.
The Hogs moved that whole Miami defense back about 3 yards on that play, and then Riggins just helped carry the stack a little further on his own.
Rome makes the stop.
John Riggins. Super Bowl record for rushing is held by Franco Harris of the Steelers, 158 yards. And Riggins is only a handful away, 5 yards from that total now.
And of course, with the battle in the pits going their way, Joe Gibbs will continue to have Boss Hog, Joe Bugle, tell his troops to eke him out some more in there.
3rd and less than a yard.
Well, the Hog is not exactly a peacock, but a lot of folks, important folks in the nation's capital, have been wearing those T-shirts. They're liable to really go in a hurry this week, the way that line is moving back Miami's defense.
Dick, certainly in Washington, Ronald Reagan is president, but if Washington wins, Riggins may be king.
Yep, 3rd down and a yard. Remember the last time in short yardage, Riggins went 43 yards for a touchdown. Riggins again has the first down at the 30-yard line. And the clock continues to run. 7:25 left.
Otis Wansley, number 39, going to lead Riggins up into line. Watch him now. He's one fine blocker. Riggins right on his tail, driving up inside. A chance for you to see the block. Watch it right here as Wansley just levels the linebacker, Ernest Roan, knocks him right flat on his back. And Riggins takes advantage of that kind of blocking to pick up the first down.
First down at the 30. Less than 7 minutes left. Riggins again. And the tireless fullback of the Redskins on his 34th rush. He has been active in more than 50% of his team's plays today. And with that, he has just set a Super Bowl record of 162 yards. No question about the big man in this game has been the same big man in the playoffs, John Riggins.
They've taken advantage of Kim Bocamper, number 58, but they also run over number 73, Baumhauer, on this play. Bostic doing a good job, but it's Jacoby on the outside who's just using his size advantage to power over the top of Bocamper.
Riggins up the middle. For one of the few times today he stopped cold. It does seem to me that when you get Riggins off tackle, that is where he feels most comfortable. And of course he has big tackles blocking the way. Stark at 6'5", 260 on the right side, and Jacoby 6'7" and 295 on the left side.
And when they need the yardage, they need it desperately, they've tended to go to that left side. Going in behind number 66, Jacoby. and number 68, Russ Grimm.
Standing ovation for Riggins as they announce Super Bowl record, most rushes, most yards. Timeout called by Washington's Joe Theismann on 3rd down and 2. He doesn't feel comfortable without Riggins in that huddle with him.
Let's look at the run that broke the record as he goes right up into the middle, and ironically one of the worst runs of his day, picked up only a fraction of a yard, and yet it was enough to take him over the top.
5 minutes and 31 seconds left. Now the pressure on Miami's defense. They have to think about stopping the Redskins and holding them to at least a field goal. If Washington should march it in and score, then Miami needs 2 scores to win today, and time is running out on Don Shula.
Don Strock continues to warm up on the sideline, and I'm sure that Shula is thinking aerial attack as he gets into the game. This man is thinking get the ball between the uprights. Mosley, I talked to him the other day, said he's out of his slump, feeling better about himself. Of course, after that great run he had earlier in the year, I suppose it was natural that there would be a letdown.
The Rigonomics today, 35 rushes, 162 yards. Mosley hoping that it's an extra point try that he'll be called to perform.
Dick, it's interesting that the first addition to the Hogs Club, their exclusive fraternity, was John Riggins. After he'd broken the record down in Tampa, they said, you finally earned the right to be in this club. They'd let the tight ends join because they've proved themselves, but those are the only ones that belong. Nobody else.
Oh, good-looking quarterbacks or wide receivers. Inside handoff and another first down as it's Clarence Harmon. Harmon gives the Redskins 4 more downs and the clock running, 5:15 left. And Washington just may put too much pressure on Strock. He may not have enough time to be the relief pitcher today.
In the first half of this game, Don Strock spent his time on the sideline, talking to Don Shula, taking his clipboard, keeping track of things, trying to keep in the game, eliminate plays as he watched them. He says he eliminates plays from the plan that he knows will not work. So when he gets in there, he has an idea of what will go. He'll need that knowledge in this game.
Leading by 3, Riggins slips, still gets up and gets a yard or 2. Boy, the punishment that he has taken and he has dealt out. But when you think of the superlatives, a man having a great running day and he's approaching 40 carries, the kind of punishment his own body is taking.
But he loves to carry the football. Interesting, he does not like to block. He said it takes more energy out of me to block than it does to carry the football. I'd rather carry the football 40 times than block 20 times and carry it 20 times.
Riggins comes out. Uwe von Schamann. And that Miami bench quiet. 2nd down and 9. 4:06, 4:05 left. And it's Harmon. They try to catch Miami looking for the pass, but read well by Baumhauer and Brzezinski. It'll be 3rd down and about 9.
The strategy here would be apparently not to make a mistake, stay in the middle of the field. If they have to take the field goal, get the 3 points, force Miami to score 7 to go ahead on the scoreboard.
Mosley, it'll be well within his range if they do try the field goal. In one of the season-ending polls, was voted the NFL Player of the Year for his tremendous kicking.
Let's see whether Theismann will throw this one. He will.
On 3rd down and long. Rolling, looking. It's Brown. He's inside the 10.
I think he's got the first down.
Going to be close. See where they mark it.
Again, the running ability of Joe Theismann makes this play possible. It looked like he would have had a chance on the run to make that first down. Rolling out strongly to that side. Charlie Brown has a one-on-one situation on Gerald Small, number 48. Watch him coming back inside here. Now he'll break outside. Theismann running with him. That's almost a pick play for the 2 defensive backs. Charlie Brown able to get enough yardage to pick up the first down.
1st and goal at the 9-yard line. So the top defense in the National Football League, the Miami Dolphins, are being run over by Riggins in the 2nd half. And here he comes to the 6-yard line. And the clock is running again with 3:13 left. Joe Gibbs and the Washington Redskins, a team that lost its first 5 games under Gibbs a year ago, and then it put together a remarkable string, a team made up of players selected free agents, those who were available through waivers that no one else wanted. And indeed, the spirit of the team was glad to be underdogs today. That's what they feel about themselves as a unit. They played that way and played so very well. 2:45 left from the 6th. Riggins stopped at the 6-yard, fumbled the ball, and Miami, was he down? He was down. Roan came up with the football, but after Riggins was down, and look who was on him, Theismann, who made a maybe the biggest defensive play of the game when he had a pass deflected and he knocked it away from Beaucamper. Would have been a sure Miami touchdown.
Joe Gibbs breathing a little sigh of relief over there as he realizes that they have dodged a bullet. Riggins rarely fumbles the football, and this one does not pop out until John hits the ground. Well, maybe we better look at that. The official's ruling it's down, and the official had a good view of that play. A second look at it. You can check it for yourself. Leg on the ground. Very tight. Another look at it.
Oh, well, his knee was down. His knee was down when he fumbled the football.
Dick, I hate to argue with you, but I think maybe that was a fumble. And I'm sure that Miami will look at that one many times on their projectors. But the official did have a good angle. We'll give him the credit for that.
And we'll look at it again. Is his knee down when he loses the football?
If the ball bounces loose as he hits the ground, it is not a fumble. But that is the question. I don't believe it is. I think the ball is out before his knee hits the ground.
That replay appears to be a fumble, but we get to look at it in slow motion. That's the 2-minute warning. And here from Pasadena, a fantastic finish.
Alcoa presents Fantastic Finishes. 1975, Bloomington, Minnesota. Bud Grant senses victory with a 4-point lead over Dallas. The Cowboys are down to their last play from scrimmage. But that man is Roger Staubach. And that pass, known today as the Hail Mary, is complete to Drew Pearson. Dallas wins 17-14.
Here begins a brand new life for America's favorite recyclable beverage container. The stackable, lightweight, quick chilling, unbreakable, all aluminum can. Aluminum preserves the flavor and protects the taste. Aluminum. Its recyclability assures many, many happy returns. It's America's favorite.
We can't wait for tomorrow.
On the warpath. 2 minutes to go. 20-17. Washington leads Miami. Joe Theismann and John Riggins, the offensive spear throwers and spear carriers. 3rd and goal from the 7. Theismann. Will he run it? No. He throws it for a touchdown. Charlie Brown.
Dick, that's the final stage in Washington's game plan. Riggins right, Riggins left, throw to a smirk.
Mosley kicks it through, and with 1:55 left, the Washington Redskins lead the Miami Dolphins 27-17. Charlie Brown hanging on to the souvenir. He had 8 touchdown catches during the course of the year to lead the Redskins and earn a trip to the Pro Bowl as a veritable rookie.
And that, of course, the planned rollout by Theismann gave him a little extra time for Charlie Brown to get open. And what about the reaction of the quarterback, Joe Theismann? I think we can predict that.
Wait for the official's call. A bit delayed. Was he in bounds?
And Dick, I think the ruling was that he was knocked out of bounds, that his feet would have come down in bounds had he not been knocked out by the defensive man.
Yeah, speaking of knockouts, the Dolphins aren't out on a count of 10, but they're certainly on one knee with a count at about 8 because they have only 1:55 seconds left, and they have to score twice.
And, of course, that time-eating drive, most of it on the ground, Riggins behind his fellow Hogs, really stole the clock away from Don Strock and Don Shula.
And they've just scored on that pass against the toughest team to score against throwing the football in the NFL this year. So they have proven themselves, especially in the second half, totally dominating the game. And now it shows on the scoreboard. Walker deep. Bolton Walker, 98-yard touchdown, one of the big plays for the Dolphins in the first half. And he went exactly through that avenue. He's out to the 35-yard line. Walker will write his name into the Super Bowl record book with that return. His total yardage now 181 yards today. He erases Larry Anderson's name, the Steelers' fine return man of 3 years ago. Don Strock is the quarterback. And for the Dolphins, they not only have to get a touchdown, they have to somehow get the ball back and get at least the 3 to tie. Riggins, 181 yards, outgaining the Dolphins in total yards. Washington almost 2 to 1. Former President of the United States, Jimmy Carter. Vigorito. His first carry today, and the Redskins, as they have been most of the second half, ready for everything. A short gain, Tony McGee, and for the pass rush. Of course, the Dolphins figuring that Redskins would look past, hoped to catch them off guard, but it was a gain of only 4. Strock, the veteran from Virginia Tech. Down the middle. Intercepted. Yes, Tony Peters. No, now they say he trapped it. He trapped it. Peters from Oklahoma. From Cleveland Brown diving, trying to pick off that pass. Intended for Jimmy Cephalo.
Dick, we looked at the equation early in our pregame. We looked at it again at the top of the show. If Riggins could run, if Miami could not shut him down, the balance of power would turn in Washington's favor. It certainly has in this second half.
Strock and the Dolphins. He can't hit Vigorito, and now it's 4th down, and with this play, if Miami unable to come up with first down yardage, the Redskin fans will start singing that fight song.
John Riggins, what a tremendous performance for him today. He did everything they asked of him, Dick. Stopped a few times in the first half, but came back when the going got tough, rooted in behind his Hogs. You know, they say that the name Hog implies that you just get down there in the mud and get the job done. And the Hogs have done that today.
They've rooted it out. Now Strock looking for a play that will keep the ball in Miami's grasp. He doesn't get it, and that'll do it. Now for the Redskins, they need to only consume 1 minute and 12 seconds, and the Super Bowl rings will be theirs.
Let's look quickly at some of Riggins' performance from the game, from earlier action. Chance to see what John Riggins has meant to this team today. Run right there through the arms of tacklers. He's been able to break tackles all day long. And that, of course, the key for this Washington Redskin offense. Able to dominate the clock and finally the scoreboard.
Redskins take over at the 39-yard line. Riggins accepting the congratulations and offering them along the sidelines. Unquestionably the most valuable player in this game. Clarence Harmon in his stead is to the 36-yard line.
Miami calling a timeout, but I'm afraid it's futile now. 1:06 left on the clock. It's academic for Don Shula and his fine Miami Dolphin team. Bill Arnsparger, #1 defense in football, but not strong enough today to stop the power running of mighty Rizzo.
John Riggins, it has been his day. Next Sunday, We have a terrific NBC Sports World lineup for you. A week from today, Boom Boom Mancini returns to the ring on Sports World. It's a live bout from Italy against the British lightweight champion, George Feeney. Then the beauty and grace of figure skating, the world's premier professional figure skaters competing from Landover, Maryland. That's all next Sunday. Boom Boom Mancini. There's former Redskin Ron Saul, whose twin brother Rich Saul played for the Los Angeles Rams along the sidelines, and there is.
That's Rich right with him. As a matter of fact, they call him Ron Saul. They call him Grandpa Hog. He's the oldest member of that Hog group.
1:06 remaining. The Redskins, a remarkable story. A team that has been put together with some outstanding choices by Beathard, finding people who were not wanted by others, putting it together under Joe Gibbs' leadership, this young coach of the Redskins, Harmon, to about the 33-yard line, and a city that's hungry for its identity, its own identity. The nation's capital, Washington, D.C., always trying to dig out of problems, and that kind of territory. And from the president right on down to the fellow who cleans out the stadium at RFK, how this has pulled that city together.
And Dick, when they stop to analyze the performance today, I'm sure that much of the credit will go to Dan Henning and Joe Gibbs for the brilliant design of this package. Not only the power running and taking advantage of what John Riggins was able to do with his body, but the clever way they used motion, the way they used the Smurfs in this game today. What a tremendous play.
The announcement now, it's official, the most valuable player, Super Bowl 17, John Riggins. Hell, games, even big ones, come and go. Scores are forgotten. Somehow you always associate, once that name is in print, a performance indelible. John Riggins will be remembered in Super Bowl history for his remarkable performance today. Harmon has a first down, and with that goes any faint hope of the Miami Dolphins. Riggins, during the regular year, gained 553 yards. In the playoffs, he's gained over 600 yards. In the 4 money games of the playoffs, Riggins gained more yardage than he did in all 9 games of the regular season. And he had gone to Gibbs, and he decided at 33 that he said, hey, give me the ball. It was that simple. He didn't talk much to anyone, the press, the coaches, maybe his teammates. Give me the ball. Gibbs says, you've got it. And the Redskins will take that right home along with some very expensive rings. 15 seconds left. John Riggins, the MVP, Joe Gibbs, the NFL Coach of the Year in his 2nd season. Hail to the Redskins. Braves on the warpath. Victory for old D.C. And the Smurfs. It indeed will be a fun celebration for the Washington Redskins and their star, John Riggins. And we'll be hearing from those stars down in the victorious locker room on NFL 82.
And indeed, Dick, a game in which the victory was earned, not given. The Dolphins played well. They played good football. But the Redskins today were simply a better team.
Listen, we're singing the fight song of the Washington Redskins here at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. John Riggins, and the play to be remembered, 4th and inches. inches in the fourth quarter. Miami with the lead at the time, and Riggins breaking free at the line of scrimmage, running 42 yards for the go-ahead touchdown, and it's the Redskins who win it 27-17.
The German engineers at Volkswagen proudly introduced the Volkswagen turbo diesels, Jetta, Quantum, and Rabbit. The Volkswagen turbocharged engines get their power by compressing air, just like a jet does. Turbine blades spinning at 90,000 RPM force air into the engine, just like a jet does. So when you accelerate, the Volkswagen turbo diesels give you a lot more power for a lot less energy. Just like a jet does.
On 4th and inches, goes 42 yards. The Washington Redskins are the champions this year, defeating the Miami Dolphins 27-17. Len Berman, along with Pete Axthelm for NFL 82. John Riggins, our most valuable player. And Pete Axthelm, your thoughts? And I know you picked Miami early going, but Washington really earned it.
Oh, yes. This was a tremendous performance by Riggins and by all the Redskins. That was Don McNeil, one of the surest tacklers in the game that Riggins shook off on the big play and on other plays. In many ways, you could say that the Dolphins were lucky to be as close as they were because the Redskins mixed up at the end of the half.
All right, you know, you talk about Riggins, you have to talk about the the Washington defense. Did not allow a single Miami point in the second half. And, of course, outside of the two big Miami plays, the Cephalo log touchdown and the Fulton Walker kickoff return, outside of those two big plays, nothing for Miami. So it was all Washington, not only Riggins, but the Washington defense. We'll take a look at the Washington locker room, and we will return with the trophy presentation, interviews with all the stars. When we return, the Washington Redskins have done it 27-17. Now these words from your local station.
A promotional fee has been paid to NBC by United Airlines. We serve more of this land's top 100 business centers than any other airline. Fly the friendly skies.
A promotional fee has been paid to NBC by Hilton. When American business hits the road, American business stops at Hilton, America's business address.
This is NBC News Capsule, sponsored by Ryder Truck. Here is Jessica Savage.
Good evening. Word today that Pope John Paul will make a second visit to Poland in June. The length of the trip was not disclosed. Vice President Bush arrived in West Germany today on the first leg of a seven-nation tour. He will meet with Chancellor Kohl tomorrow. More in a moment.
Rent Ryder's 18-foot truck locally for $24.95 a day plus variable mileage. $24.95 a day. Ryder, the best truck money can rent.
Senator Paul Laxalt, chairman of the Republican Party, said today if President Reagan decides not to run for re-election, the nomination would be, quote, up for grabs. And finally, more than 300 students at Nebraska's Creighton University have volunteered for a nasal spray research study. Why? Well, they'll be paid $200. And as one student put it, quote, that is nothing to sneeze at. I'm Jessica Savage in New York. More news later on this NBC station.
Magnum, hot. Houston, don't make me laugh. Don't be caught with those wimps. Play ball with the A-team. Right after the Super Bowl on NBC.
This is the Air Express race, and Airborne's in the thick of it. Airborne's becoming the alternative to Federal because Airborne's made 100% on-time delivery their goal and are making most of their deliveries before 10:30 a.m. Airborne's moving so fast, they've just passed Emory in the number of Air Express shipments picked up and delivered within the U.S. So it's goodbye, Emory. Watch out, Federal. Here comes Airborne. Airborne overnight. We're shooting for 100% on-time delivery.
me classics, please.
It takes a long time to brew a beer as smooth as Classic, but that may not be the only reason it's so hard to get.
Well, of course, where I'm off to, there's nothing quite so civilized as Classic.
Oh, yeah? Where's that?
London.
The Sheikh would very much like to take some classic beer back to his country. Okay, how many does he want? How many have you got?
Christian Schmidt Golden Classic, the best you can get, if you can get it.
At Eyewitness News, we're building our reputation, one story at a time. Liquor license cover-up, Monday at 11.
This is NFL 82, Super Bowl 17, the post-game report. Brought to you by the 1983 Volkswagens. Nothing else is a Volkswagen. By McDonald's, where it's fun to be together. McDonald's and you. By DuPont, better things for better living. And by Black & Decker, makers of Spotlighter and other bright ideas for your home. And welcome back to the roof of the Rose Bowl. Len Berman, Super Bowl 17 is history. You know, this is the first time since Super Bowls 1 and 2, the Green Bay Packers, where the NFC has now won 2 consecutive Super Bowls. San Francisco last year and Washington this year. So let us go right down to the victorious Washington Redskin locker room, where our colleague Mike Adamley is standing by. Michael?
Len, in the NFL record books, 1982 will forever go down as the season of the asterisks. With the integrity of a 9-game strike-shortened season, one thing is unmistakable. The afterglow of victory here in the winner's locker room burns as bright as any other season, and the achievement of the Washington Redskins is just as great. They are the world champions for the very first time in their long, distinguished career. On hand to present the Vince Lombardi Trophy, Commissioner Pete Rozelle and Redskins owner Jack Kent Cook. Gentlemen?
Jack, imagine he did this without a teleprompter. Wasn't it magnificent?
Jack, congratulations are certainly in order to you, your coach of the year, Joe Gibbs, your general manager, Bob Beathard, and this courageous bunch of Redskins players for coming back to beat an outstanding Miami team today. I think that you had the best record undoubtedly in the NFC, and you won 3 playoff games today. You were triumphant, giving our capital its first Super Bowl championship.
Thank you very much, Pete. Thanks indeed. Now, there's a few things I'd like to have answered. Do we keep this?
You do.
Forever.
Forever.
This is ours. Second, you said we had the best record in the NFC. My dear Pete, we've had the best record in the NFL.
All right. Hail to the Redskins. Head coach Joe Gibbs, just your second season, and already you are a winning Super Bowl coach. Your feelings?
Well, I just want to say that we're all thrilled. Part of this goes back to every Redskin fan back home that pulled us to help us get us here. I'd just like to say that I want to thank, first of all, God, second, Mr. Cook, Bobby Beathard, our fans back home, and our players. I'm just thankful for all those people in that order. God first. Thank you.
Coach, at halftime, it was 17-10. The Redskins were down the long. Fulton Walker kickoff return for a touchdown. Momentum, obviously, on the Dolphins side. What did you tell your team?
I told our team that we've been in tougher spots than this. I said we were down 14-3 against earlier in the year against Philadelphia and came back to win. I said we've been in a lot of tight squeezes. I said there's a lot of things haven't gone right for us in the first half. I said they'll turn around. I said, I just got a good feeling about it, and they all told me the same thing. They said they did, too. We went back out and just tried to stay loose and play football.
In your wildest dreams, did you ever think you'd dominate this Miami Dolphin team like you did this afternoon and tonight?
Well, I think that we've been, some people underestimate us because we're a total team. We've been kind of a tough, physical team, and I think that's what you got to be to win the Super Bowl. You got to be tough and physical, and you got to take your chances. We tried to do that today and just play our game. That's all we wanted to do. I was a little surprised that we were able to move the ball as well as we did.
One of the biggest enigmas in the National Football League, John Riggins. I played with him in New York. He was crazy then. He is crazy here, but he had an unbelievable afternoon.
No, that's unfair of you, Mike. He's not crazy at all.
No, he's not crazy in that sense.
Not at all.
Mr. Cook's trying to say that John Riggins, very intelligent person when you get to know him. He sets his own path in life. He sure helped carry us. He's a very important part of our team, as a lot of other guys. This is a total team effort. all of our fans and everybody pulling together. Our family won this trophy.
Okay, Coach Jibbs, a very important phone call. Washington, D.C. on the line.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Coach.
Yes.
Coach, Ronald Reagan.
Yes, sir, Mr. Reagan.
Listen, I just want to say congratulations to you and the team of yours. You know, last week when I was trying to be heard, and I know you couldn't hear me.
I can hear you fine now.
Well, I was just asking if maybe now that the season's over and they've won the championship, they'd like to help me up on Capitol Hill with some of the congressmen.
Yes, sir. We're going to come back and try and help you put together the budget and a few other things.
Okay. One thing. Last week...
Mr. Cook used to deal with a lot of money. He'll help you with that.
Okay. Listen, last week, I was thinking of asking Riggins he might change the spelling of his name a little bit so that it had an EA in it. But now this week, would he mind if I changed my spelling so that it had an I and a couple of G's in it?
I don't think you'd mind that at all, Mr. President. I don't think you'd mind that at all.
Okay. Well, again, it was just great, and all of us back here are mighty thrilled and excited.
Yes, sir. It's a big day for us. All of the Washington fans sharing this. Each one of them has a little part of this trophy.
Well, fellas, really, you really earned it, and it was thrilling to watch, and God bless all of you, and congratulations again.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you.
You bet.
Yes, sir.
Coach Joe Gibbs, congratulations. Owner Jack Ken Cook, I know you have one thing to say to the Redskins fans.
It's simply this, that this magnificent team of yours has the privilege of playing for what, in my opinion, are the finest fans, not just in America, but on the face of this earth. Thank you, you marvelous Washington fans.
Okay, let's go back upstairs to Len Berman. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mike Adamle. All the Redskins fans are watching here in the stands up on the scoreboard on the Diamond Vision, all letting out loud roars of approval as the Redskins receive their trophy. As Dick Enberg said in the first half, the story today, Reaganomics. We'll be back with more in just a minute.
The German engineers at Volkswagen proudly introduced the Volkswagen Turbo Diesels, Jetta, Quantum, and Rabbit. The Volkswagen turbocharged engines get their power by compressing air, just like a jet does. Turbine blades spinning at 90,000 RPM force air into the engine, just like a jet does. So when you accelerate, the Volkswagen Turbo Diesels give you a lot more power for a lot less energy. Just like a jet does.
Okay, cross-X right on two. In a ball game, I don't care how much I sweat. The more I sweat, the meaner I feel. Oh. But off the field, I want to feel nice and dry, and I want to smell nice. That's why I use Speed Stick Super Dry Antiperspirant.
Speed Stick's the wide stick. Gives me effective protection in just a few strokes. Helps fight wetness and odor all day.
Get the wide stick for protection. Speed Stick Super Dry Antiperspirant by Menon.
Someday soon, you could very well have the best of everything. But you will have to begin somewhere. And the best place to begin is with the very best beer in the world. The best tasting beer wherever you go. When you think about it, why would you ever have anything else?
Come to think of it, I'll have a Heineken.
One of America's energy challenges is to burn coal cleanly, so that many plants can switch from imported oil to American coal and protect the environment, too. At DuPont, we believe innovative technology can help solve America's energy problems. So Conoco, a DuPont company, has helped develop a technology that burns coal more efficiently here, so the air is cleaner here. DuPont, better things for better living.
They'll be coming to us in about 2... Super Bowl record, 166 yards rushing. Who else is the MVP today but John Riggins, a silent man for many months off the field, but on the field he does all his talking. Standing by right now with Mike Adamle to get some comments down in the locker room. Michael? Len Berman, Joe Theismann's on hand also. We'll get to him in just a second, but the MVP, a man I used to play with the New York Jets, John Riggins, a Super Bowl record. You have another 100-yard game, fourth consecutive one. 2 years ago, you gave up the game because it just didn't interest you anymore. And today, the greatest football achievement of your life, what's it mean to you?
Well, I'm very happy. And at least for tonight, Ron's the president, but I'm the king.
Well, you do have some highlights. The key play of the game, of course, the 43-yard touchdown run on 3rd and short yardage that you broke for a touchdown. We'll see it momentarily up on the monitor, and perhaps, if you can, describe the play.
Well, that isn't it. There's a screen we ran in the first half. We picked up about, I guess it was 15, I'm not sure. Here we're coming out of the end zone. I thought, well, okay, this play, I guess the guy fell down. This guy couldn't quite hold on, and well, I guess, well, that was about it. Blau gave up, I guess.
I know a lot of all of our old Jets buddies across the country, guys like Woodall and Ferrisopoulos, are very proud of you. Congratulations, Joe.
Thanks a lot, Mike. I appreciate it.
Joe, well, before the week, we've talked about another Joe that predicted a victory. You would not predict a victory, but you were very confident about this Redskin team.
Well, I'm very confident about this football team. It's not a singular dimension football team. It's not just one man or two men. It's everybody contributing. The guys up front did a great job for John. The special teams came through when they had to. The defense shut them down all afternoon. So we're a football team that relies on everybody. I just try and keep a consistent level. Got a little shaky out there this afternoon, but we managed to hang together.
Hey, I think one of the key plays in the game, it happened in the 3rd quarter. You're throwing that pass. It was almost picked off. You jumped up and tipped it away. What about that?
Well, what happened, it was a quick hitch, just a 5-yard pattern. I started to go out to Ricky Walker on the right. The corner rolled up. So as I moved to my left, Charlie Brown was sitting in the flat. I started to throw it, and I believe it was Beaucamper went up in the air and hit it. And I saw it up in the air, and I could see him going for it, and I just sort of dove and tried to get right in the middle of it.
We have a package of Joe Theismann highlights. A lot of screen passes today, a lot of trick gadgets.
Well, not early, but this one here was a touchdown pass to Alvin. It's just a little fade. When people press him outside, we just try and put it up. This is late in the half. I hit Charlie on the side. He dances down. Made a foolish play. I should have not given up a shot at 3 points. We came back the next play and tried to run a play and get out of bounds. It didn't work. This one here, I just kept on moving. The line set up a great corner. Charlie makes a great play on the sidelines, and then the rest you can write about.
Joe, a fantastic cap to an unbelievable season. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mike. I think we can all pinch ourselves now. The dream is over. There is no other pinnacle that we have to climb. I'm so proud to be a member of the Washington Redskins. I can't begin to tell you. This is 49 guys that fought their heart out through an entire season. And I'm only here as a representative of all 49 and the coaching staff. There's nobody like them. Right now, there's nobody like them in the world.
Okay, let's go back upstairs to Len Berman.
5 playoff and Super Bowl records for John Riggins today, including 166 yards rushing and the longest rushing touchdown in Super Bowl history. The Dolphins understandably dejected. That's our story. John Riggins, the MVP. We'll be back.
McDonald's and you, McDonald's and you, sharing good times together, wherever with you, together. McDonald's and you, and you, and you, a Big Mac and a Coke, on a Mississippi River boat. McDonald's and you, cheeseburgers and fries, in an airplane right out of the sky, together. McDonald's and you, and you.
You too.
And you, come around, have a ball. An egg McMuffin under a waterfall. Around the corner, around the bend. You know when you see an old friend, that it's great to get together. And no matter where we do, remember there's only one McDonald's and there's only one you. Together, McDonald's and you.
Make Radio Shack your telephone company and save money by owning your own phone instead of renting. Radio Shack has an incredible selection of telephone products. Fashion phones, desk and wall phones, feature phones, cordless phones, telephone answering systems, automatic dialers and telephone amplifiers. And they only require simple plug-in installation. It's time you make Radio Shack your telephone company and save.
Now, get pictures of every cousin.
Everyone, Grandma? Glad I just put the Energizer in here.
Of all leading battery brands, nothing outlasts the Energizer from Everready. Nothing outsnaps it. Nothing outadds, outwalks, outplays, outtapes, outshines, outlasts it. Nothing.
Now me with each grandchild.
No problem. With the Energizer.
The Energizer, energize for life.
Long life.
Energize me!
And for the Miami Dolphins, Don Shula coaching his 5th Super Bowl, but this one was not to be. But that does not take away from the fine season of the Miami Dolphins. So let us go down now to the losing locker room. Ahmad Rashad standing by with Dolphins coach Don Shula.
Thanks, Lynn. Coach, you had to be awfully impressed with the Washington defense the second half. They didn't allow you a pass completion.
I was pretty impressed with the Washington defense and the Washington offense and John Riggins, and I want to congratulate Joe Gibbs and the fantastic job that he's done with his team, and the Washington Redskins players, Bobby Beathard, everybody else. From the middle of last year on, this team has been the best team in pro football, and they proved it today, much to our dissatisfaction. I thought at halftime that we were in good shape, that all we had to do was go out there and keep doing what we had done in the first half. We went after it in the first half, and we came up with some big plays. The touchdown by Woodley to Cephalo, and then, of course, the return by Fulton Walker. And our defense was doing a good job of containing them in the first half. But in the second half, we couldn't contain them, and we couldn't make a first down offensively. And it's going to be a tough one to live with, but this team, our Miami Dolphins, have accomplished a lot of things this year, and I'm proud of that. And I take my hat off to the Redskins for the great job that they did against us in the second half.
All right, thanks, Coach. I got a phone call from you from Washington.
Hello.
Hello?
Yes.
Coach Shula?
Yes.
Ronald Reagan.
Oh, Mr. President.
Well, I know that there probably isn't a thing that anyone could say that'd make you feel better right now.
You're right.
I just want to say that, on the other hand, it was a great game.
Well, thank you. The Redskins and the coach, Joe Gibbs, and everybody in that organization, I congratulate them, and the people that have supported them. From the middle of last year on, they were the best team in the National Football League, and they proved it today against us. And, of course, much to my sorrow, and I'm proud of our team for what they've accomplished this year, but we didn't get it done in the second half.
I was going to say to you, you've got every reason to be proud of that team, and all of you had an awful lot of class. And, yes, it's true. Football's bounce funny sometimes, and believe me, I can have some understanding how you feel, because I guess I played, my college days, I played it in more losing games than winning games all 4 years. So I know how you feel there.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate your call, and I'll pass this on to the squad.
And say, I have a warm spot in my heart for all of you, but for AJ in particular, because I just read some things that he said about me, and he made me very proud.
He's a class young man, and I'm proud to be his coach. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right.
All right, thank you, Coach. You're still the AFC champion. Back to you, Lynn.
Thank you, Ahmad Rashad, and the classy guy, Don Shula, and the Miami Dolphins. We'll be back with more from the Rose Bowl, Super Bowl 17 postgame report in just a minute.
In Germany, we designed the new Quantum with nothing but engineering in mind. We engineered it to have European flair. We engineered it to have substantial room. We engineered it to respond remarkably with a patented rear axle that helps think you around a curve. In short, the Quantum is engineered to give you a great exit and a grand entrance.
January 30th, 1983, Super Bowl Sunday, and last year's teams are at home. Because in football, you have to earn the right to get this far with desire, determination, and teamwork. At Channel 3, we think it's the same in television news. In fact, we don't think there's any other way. For us, desire, determination, and teamwork are the keys to everything we do. And the reason we're still building our reputation, one story at a time.
Right now, the one thing you want most is an opportunity.
You know good things take time, huh?
Ever notice how when you really need a flashlight, you can never find one?
What happened to the lights? Nobody move. I'll get a flashlight.
Or when you do find one,
Here it is.
it almost never works. So Black & Decker invented the Spotlighter, the rechargeable light. The Spotlighter stores in its recharger, so it's always bright, always easy to find, always fully charged. The Spotlighter from Black & Decker.
And as we wrap it up from the Super Bowl, an 0-5 team at the start of last year, during this strike-shortened year, they go to the Super Bowl champs this year, but you have to say no asterisk for the Washington Redskins. If you had to make one headline to sum this all up, perhaps Washington, D.C. is hog wild over Reaganomics. I'm Len Berman. For all of us at NFL 82, let's send you back to our game announcers who did a terrific job today. Dick and Merlin, gentlemen.
Thank you, Len. What pleases me, Merlin Olsen, is the fact that America's always stood up for the underdog. And this was an underdog team that won for the Washington Redskins. The last time they won a football championship, Franklin Delano Roosevelt was the president 40 years ago. They waited a long time, and I think all the underdogs of this country cheered them on.
Well, Dick, I would add to that all those people who've been waiting for Washington's bubble to burst are going to have to wait until next year. And perhaps finally now they'll have a chance to gain the respect that they have desired. Their rallying cry has been, we don't get the respect we deserve. They certainly earned it today, and as they wear their Super Bowl rings proudly, they certainly can get as much respect as they want from their friends in the NFL.
And all their elements celebrated. The Hogs did their job rooting it out for Riggins, and the Smurfs had a couple of touchdowns, and the fun celebration put their act together as well.
Dick, we go back to the basic equation that we had at the first of the show. If Riggins could run behind the Hogs and Miami could not stop him, the balance of power goes right directly to Washington.
The Washington Redskins are Super Bowl 17 champions. We once again relive the moments as the Redskins on the warpath take the victory back to old D.C.
Fulton Walker, number 41 deep. Jeff Hayes to kick it off for Washington. And Super Bowl 17 underway. It comes down short. And stops at the 25-yard line. So the 2nd and 9 brings Joe Washington and Harmon into the game. And Theismann dropping. Deep down the middle. Incomplete for Alvin Garrett. And broken up by Glenn Blackwood. That's Hardy in motion. And wide open is Cephalo at the 50. Could go all the way. 40, 25, 15, and Miami has a touchdown. Powerful legs. He was a blocking back at Nebraska primarily. On 2nd and 1, Woodley. Fumble. Redskins have a shot at it. If it stays in bounds, did it? Yes. The Redskins have generated quite a pass rush. They've averaged 4 sacks a game in the last 6. Here, a little razzle-dazzle, and now Theismann getting away and throwing to Brown out of bounds. And Theismann to throw to Garrett. Touchdown! Fulton Walker, the deep man for Miami. He had a 42-yard kickoff return the last time. From the 2. 20, he's in the open again. 30, 40, he's going to go all the way for a touchdown. 98 yards, Fulton Walker. First down from the Redskin 47. Here's a little reverse. Alvin Garrett, he's got running room. 40, 30, one man to beat. Small gets him out of bounds at the 10-yard line. Woodley to Cephalo. Intercepted by the Redskins' Murphy at the 5-yard line. Theismann batted in the air. Almost a touchdown for Kim Camper. Oh, my. Riggins. He's going to go all the way. Unless Blackwood can catch him, and
A promotional fee has been paid to NBC by United Airlines.